Good morning, everyone. This is Maurice Kogan. I'm the program manager for the Regional Export Training and Assistance Program, RETAP for short. It's funded under a grant from the California Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, GoBiz. We're nearing the end of this one-year grant. We've done a lot of training so far through 8 in-depth workshops on all aspects of exporting. All of those were recorded, so if you missed any, you're welcome to go back to them. We've also done specialized training, prepare people for the Certified Global Business Professional Credential, CGBP. And we've done specialized training on how to become and operate as an export management company, a middleman in the export activity. And this is our final event on freight forwarding. I'll introduce our main speaker shortly, Gabriel Schwery. In the meantime, I think I wanted to introduce 2 other people representing organizations that are co-sponsoring this event. One is the Los Angeles Customs Bureau Freight Forwarders Association, and the other is the Port of LA. Ken, are you on?
I am on, yes, sir.
Okay. Representing LACBFFA is Kenneth Quartarolo. He is a licensed customs broker himself. The LACBFFA is the premier organization for all of the logistic aspects of customs and freight forwarding. So Ken has a lot of experience as a freight forwarder, and he's on the board of the association. So Ken, would you mind talking a little bit about what the LACBFFA does?
Sure. Thank you so much, Maurice. Appreciate the introduction, and thank you, Sandra, for setting everything up for us today, and to all the participants that are here joining us virtually and in person. So as Maurice mentioned, the LACBFFA organization that's been around for since 1950s, right? So what I'd like to get into here is to discuss a couple of points that are on the slide that you'll see. So we're gonna get into them individually. So there's 3 core pillars that make up our principles, okay? Advocacy, representation, education, professional standards, community, and problem solving. What do our memberships, what do the members gain? Why this matters now, and then how to engage with the association. You could switch to the next one, please. Okay, so our 3 core pillars for the LACBFFA, which are really principles, cornerstones, okay, that we consider here. It's our why, okay, why we exist. And we just, there's a few of them here: advocacy and representation, education, professional standards, community, and problem solving, okay? So the first one, advocacy and representation, is really more about your voice, right? We want to make sure that your voice is heard within the trade community. Now, being someone that's, part of this association that has been on the board a few years, prior to that, I have my own NVOCC. I didn't have access to this type of a community, right? So for me, there was a tremendous benefit in joining the association, and it being really a gateway, which is what it is, to trade compliance, logistics expertise, and industry advocacy, okay? Because that's really, as a whole, what we do as an association for our members, okay? Education and professional standards. We hold workshops, right? We have, we want to ensure that our membership remains compliant. I mean, there's different regulatory agencies, different changes in regulations that happen. And it seems, in the past 8 to 10 months, it's been happening almost weekly, right? So staying abreast, understanding what's going on, being able to not only, support your businesses, whether it's freight forwarding, NVO, customs brokerage, but also create that value and keep your clients apprised of what's happening, okay? And then community and problem solving. There are issues that come up almost daily, right? Detention and demurrage charges. Now these new regulatory changes that for these custom examination stations, you're not going to be able to choose your own drayage providers, right? they're going to be designated by customs themselves. So, understanding what's happening, having an association, having resources that can offer you some expertise, right? Some guidance, some solutions that maybe can offset and mitigate some of that risk for you, your company, and again, your clients. You can go. Okay, what do members gain? I just spoke briefly really about it, but I'll just delve in a little bit here into some more granular. So regulatory intelligence that you can use, training, operational playbooks, access and advocacy, and then networking and business development, right? So I think number one for me, and I'd like to speak from my personal experience. I don't want to sound like I'm selling the association. I'd like for you to hear it from me being part of the association and not being part of the association. So for me, what I've gained is really staying ahead of these regulatory shifts, okay? This is something that can cripple a business, okay? And as a business owner, you really need to stay ahead of these risks, these headwinds that come up, that if we're not, I mean, the penalties can be so severe that in cases, companies have to close, right? So what you want to do is make sure that you're staying apprised, staying abreast of what's happening, and ensure that you have that constant communication. And that's what we do, right? We have communication with, United States Customs Border Patrol. We have communication with other government agencies, right? Partner government agencies. There's so many tariff changes, port operations. We're constantly meeting with the terminals, with the ports, with CPB. They attend different networking events that we hold, right? So having the access, forging those relationships is very important, especially when it comes down to crises, right? We can reach out, we can get information, we can try our best to help you guys mitigate as much of that risk as possible, right? So networking with other forwarders and brokers. I mean, we think about it and we say, well, that may be competitive in nature. And so it could be, right? But you can also share best practices. What's working for you, what's not working for you, right? So at least for me, that has been an area of the being part of the association that has helped, right? I attend mixers, I attend different events that they have, and I speak to other like-minded individuals that share the same concerns, right? And sometimes when you have these concerns, you just don't know where to go to get an answer because you have a customer that's constantly on top and on top. So in my opinion, there is some true value in really, being part of that to be able to offer this to your customers. You can go to the next one. And then why is it relevant right now? Like I said, right, in the last 8 to 10 months, I mean, there's been so many shifts, not only with tariffs, with logistics, with supply chains, with customers having to front load merchandise to get it in here in time because you want to avoid the 90-day pause that the administration has put in from China and Vietnam and all these Southeast Asian countries, going around the Suez Canal, Panama Canal disruptions. It's just a plethora. I mean, I could go on and on about the challenges that are out there, right? And what do we do? What do we tell our customers? What solutions can we offer that are viable, that are going to help them? Right? They don't want to hear that the Suez Canal is jammed up because the Houthis are shooting missiles. And now we have to go around the Cape in South Africa. It's going to take another 15 to 18 days on transit time. Who cares, Ken? Who cares, right? What are you going to do for me today? What's my solution? I have a customer, I have Walmart that I have this order. If it's canceled, I'm going to lose out on this massive amount of business. What are you doing for me today? Okay. Before, I had no option. I didn't know what to do, right? And that was my challenge. For me now, today, I can reach out. I can reach out to my board. I can reach out to the association. I have relationships at terminals. I have a relationship with customs. Like, these are the areas that I've gained and I believe have been extremely valuable to me and my business and for my clients, right? So, having that access has really, really been a game changer for our business. And lastly, how to engage with us, right, with the association. If you decide to become a member, you can always join a committee. The LACBFFA is comprised of 8 different committees. We have Seaport, Airport, Trade and Advocacy, Freight Forwarding and Logistics, which I'm the chair of both of those, Trade Advocacy and Freight Forwarding and Logistics. Marketing, we have memberships. So there's a lot of different ways that members, potential members can engage with us, right? Training events. We hold many different training events. I think this summer alone, right, we may have had 12 to 14 different events that have taken place, right? Share your challenges. What are you experiencing? What are you seeing out there? What has the trade, what questions do you have? I mean, there's so many different things that come up. I mean, I can list 10 different questions that I have every single day about things that are happening, right? So this is definitely a business. I'm almost 30 years doing it. There's never a dull moment. And I think we can all share the same thing, right? It's just every day is constantly changing. There's a plethora of different things going on. And how can we come together as a community to feel that, understand the problem, and provide solutions that really work, right? So yeah, and that's it. And again, I just in closing here, what I'd like to say about the association, really in a couple of words, it's for me, it's been more of a gateway, like I mentioned earlier, to trade compliance, logistics expertise, okay, and trade advocacy, right? Being part of this association also gives you access to the Pacific Coast Council, which is an association that's made up of 5 or 6 different associations here on the West Coast. Now, they go to the Hill, they walk Capitol Hill. There's a mission that takes place once a year. They deal with, they have congressional meetings. The different collective efforts and challenges that we face here, we take those there to Washington. And on behalf of our members, we speak to them about these challenges, and we try to push change for our trade. Look at automated solutions, right? Look at different areas of the business that we can make it more efficient, continue the flow of traffic without disruption, right? So, okay, that's all I have. If you go to the next slide, that's the information. That's my contact. I just did that one, yeah. If you want to stay connected, if you have any questions outside of, if you want to speak offline, that's my email address. You can reach me anytime there. I believe Sandra may share the presentation with everyone. So are there any questions before I close or before I transition over?
Did you say Pacific Coast Council?
I did,
Okay.
yes. Pacific Coast Council, it's made up of the different associations, LACBFFA, San Diego, it's from Washington State all the way down to San Diego. There's 5 different associations.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's and that PCC council, we have meetings bi-weekly, right? And there's individuals that are sitting in Washington that speak to these congressional leaders there daily. So the information that comes out of these meetings is gold, really, in my opinion, because that information, not only do I learn from it, I can share it, right, with my clients, and really it helps my business and what we're doing. So
Do you know if the meetings are Zoom instead
yes,
of?
they are. Yes, they are. They're
So
all
do you have to be a member in order to be included in the Zooms?
yes, you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions?
Okay, thanks, Ken.
Maurice, thank you so much. And Sandra, thank you very much for allowing me the time here today. And thank you all for participating.
Thank you.
Our second co-sponsor is the Port of Los Angeles, POLA for short, busiest container port, I guess, in the US. And representing POLA today is our old friend, Maricela Caraballo Di Ruggiero. Probably garbled that, but even though I've known her for many years, I have a hard time pronouncing that, but she's a very strong supporter of export training and provided refreshments today as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Maricela to talk a little bit about what the Port of LA does. Maricela?
Thank you, Maurice, and good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
So I had, most of you know about the Port of LA. We are the largest port, not only in the United States, but in the Western Hemisphere. And we are your gateway in and out of this region. So if you're going to be importing, and especially for this group who plans to be exporting, you're going to be coming most likely through our docks and off to your destination. And then may I ask Sandra if you could go to the next slide?
That's the only slide I have for you.
Oh, okay. Can I share my screen then?
Sure.
Okay. if you guys just bear with me one moment, I'll give you guys some visuals.
Sounds good. Maricela, how did the port do last month in volume?
Surprisingly quite well. Surprisingly quite well. And
That's what I hear.
yes, so you know, when the tariffs were first announced, we had a lot of items, a lot of canceled ship sailings as a result. But as time went on, we started to in June and July, we had a lot of cargo coming through our mists.
Do we look, are you looking to see those kinds of volumes in the next couple months, or are we, what is the prediction at this point?
Well, at this point, we had those strong items for the last 2 months, but that was because in the beginning of the pandemic, or not, sorry, not the pandemic, the beginning of the tariffs, we had 2 months of very slow growth, which was March and April. And that was because the tariffs were announced and people who had already manufactured goods, they were not bringing in those goods. They held them at their port of origin or their country of origin because they were not willing to pay for those. They were not willing to pay for those tariffs. So as a result, we ended up not having low volumes. In the month of March, we had about 9 canceled sailings. In the month of April, we had about 17 canceled ship sailings. That resulted in, if you combine both those, just under 300,000 containers that did not enter the port complex as a result of those tariffs. And as of that, we are in June and July, we saw an uptick. But moving forward, we do not anticipate those volumes continuing. We're looking and monitoring what we do this month, but we anticipate with now the certain tariffs going back into place that we're going to have a kind of a slow to the end of our year, which should have been our busy season. And I think we're having issues with the sharing. So instead of going over slides, I'll just talk about the Port of LA and what we do. So with regards to volumes, as we've already mentioned, we are the largest port in the United States in the Western Hemisphere. And we do handle various lines of business, which is containers, break bulk, liquid bulk. We also export a lot of scrap metal and recycled products. So for most of you here, perhaps you're going to be exporting manufactured goods, perhaps agriculture exports. We handle quite a bit of agricultural exports, and we appreciate your business that comes through our ports. And as I mentioned earlier, in April and May, we had various canceled ship sailings that resulted in roughly about 300,000 containers not coming through the port complex. And as you mentioned, we had an uptick in June and July, and we'll see what August brings in the remainder of the year. I also want to talk about a program that we partner with quite a bit with Maurice Kogan here. We do focus on our Trade Connect program, which is a very similar program to what you're having here today, where we share or we provide workshops and seminars on how to export, the introductory program. Maurice is an expert at teaching and getting new businesses to think about exporting in this region. So if you're interested in some Trade Connect programs, please feel free to reach out to me. You can reach me via email and also via cell. And I believe Sandra has my contact information in the slide for you all. And I'm happy to take any questions should you have any.
Any questions?
I'm interested in the workshops and seminars.
Yeah, they're, what we did with this grant program is
Yes.
built on the Trade Connect
Okay,
model.
all right.
And they haven't resumed the regular Trade Connect yet, but that may be coming in the future.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Maricela. We're gonna move on now to the main topic. presented by Gabriel Schwery. Gabe owns and operates BGI,
That's correct,
Worldwide
yeah.
Logistics. He's also a professor of international business and logistics at Santa Ana College. I've known Gabe for some time in a different situation. We both are longtime members of the professional organization for people in our trade called NASBITE, originally known as the National Association of Small Business International Trade Educators. Now we just call it NASBITE International because we just don't work with educators. We have trade assistance providers and practitioners, and we're global now. So Gabe, as I was, is a past president of NASBITE. He brings to us a lot of connections, a lot of knowledge, a lot of expertise as a professor and practitioner in the field of freight forwarding. So you're going to hear from him for the rest of the day, all about the fundamentals of freight forwarding. Gabe, feel free to say when you want breaks. We have a break, and as well as lunch.
Okay. Thanks, Maurice, and thank you, Kenneth and Maricela, for your joining us today and supporting our efforts here today on education and training. I know how important your time is and the time of everybody who's attending. So we really do appreciate it when we put these events together. It's for you, it's for the community, it's for people who are looking to grow their businesses and become more active and connected and learn. In our lives in international trade, every day is a learning experience. Yeah. So there are a lot of things that we're going to touch on today. Some of the things you may know already, some things may be new. But the goal is to give the attendees for today an overview of freight forwarding. What is it? How does it work? What are the pieces involved in the business of freight forwarding? It encompasses a lot. And we're cramming all of it into a very short time. So I know it seems like a full day, but we can spend an entire semester talking about freight forwarding and trade and customs and all of the things that go together. So as we go through today, what I would like to do is open this up to be more of a discussion as we go through the presentation, because I don't want this just to be a presentation of PowerPoints. I want this to be an open discussion about what we do as people in transportation and logistics and import and export, and people who are connected to customs. I'm not a customs broker. I'm not a licensed broker. But my entire life has been working with customs brokers. I started my career in this industry filing customs entries as an entry clerk. So that was my training on my first job, along with running documents to customs and cutting checks and paying for freight charges and terminal charges. It was a little humbling for somebody with an MBA to run a check and run documents back and forth. But, I really found a love for this industry for early on. It was exciting. It was interesting. I knew that it was, something that I wanted to do. So, let's see here. So a little bit about me before we get going here. I'm a professor of global business and entrepreneurship at Santa Ana College. I'm also president of BGI Worldwide Logistics, a company I started with a business partner back in 1999. Being an entrepreneur, you have to challenge yourself. You have to be open to learning. You have to be open to doing things that may not be something you're comfortable with. So we put together $100. I had $50. My business partner had $50. We went to the bank and we opened up a checking account. and we started the process of getting our international freight forwarding business going. You know, people say, you've got to have all, you know, you have $500,000 in the bank, you got to have all of this. And what really made us successful, and I want you all to think about this, what gave us the opportunity to make this happen was our network. It was the people that we knew. It was all our connections that we had made over the years. LA Customs Brokers Association, LA Cargo Association, working with the air freight, folks in air freight, working with the Propeller Club, going to ports of LA and ports of Long Beach and connecting with them, going to Truckers Association meetings and connecting with them. That first job of running documents to everybody around the airport, I got to know every forwarder, broker, the folks at customs. How do you go to customs and how do you talk to a customs agent? Where do you go? Who are they? Those were the things I learned firsthand. And they carried me through. So the day I started my company, I had those people in my, old-fashioned Rolodex, right? That was what got me going. So my experience there led me to an opportunity to become an adjunct faculty member at Santa Ana College. And then along the way, I loved it so much, I joined full-time. So that was kind of fun. That was a big step. So I teach at Santa Ana College. I also still am part of my freight forwarding company, BGI Worldwide. And I bring that every day to my team for education, development, information. So we try to stay competitive. So that's a little bit of my background. Any questions for me before we get started in the presentation? Any questions on the?
What made you go into freight forwarding and not get your customs broker license?
Good question. That's a really good question, because I found that customs brokerage and freight forwarding, even though they're tied together, they require very different types of approach, right? Customs is very compliance and focused on processing entries and classifying, and everything is very structured and everything moves very organized. My second experience after brokerage was air export. And that was chaotic compared to customs brokerage. It was more of, flying by the seat of your pants, figuring out, a flight gets canceled. What do you do? How do you get the cargo moved? It's got to move tonight. It's 6 o'clock. Cutoffs are at 9 o'clock. What are you going to do? How are you going to get the freight there? Which freight are you going to move? What's going to stay? Cutting and recutting documents. And that was back when we had typewriters and retyping airway bills. So that was, for me, more engaging than the customs and compliance side. But you sort of grasp on whatever sticks, right? You have to be part of both. You have to be engaged with both, but you can have a one and not the other sort of passion. Yeah.
Could I
Yeah.
make a comment? To be a customs broker, you have to have a license, and to get that license, you need to pass a very, very difficult exam. It's made to be difficult because of the high concentration of national security issues involved in customs brokerage. So if they see a pass rate about 13%, I think they get nervous. So,
For sure.
but the LACB FFA does, I'm not sure Ken mentioned that, they do offer training on customs broker
Yep.
license exam.
Yeah, Norm does the trainings. This
Yeah,
is still
Norman
doing, yeah.
Harris, right.
Yeah. So that's still a regular training. And it's fantastic if you get an opportunity to go to the training, even if you're not becoming a customs broker. I would say it's worth the education, learning about. And that is a really valuable education program that they do. All right. Ready to rock and roll? We have a couple new folks joining us. All right, just I'm gonna go back real quick to the agenda, so we're sort of all on the same page. We're running a little bit behind. I want to get through at least a couple modules before our break. So we've got about an hour before that, and we got the 3 modules. So let's get rocking and rolling. So, yes.
I learn better by example, so if you can give more examples, then I can visualize it and see it, what you're saying.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll do my best to give examples of what we're talking.
Thank you.
Okay. So what is the things we're going to go through here in this first module? I broke this up into about a dozen modules because I normally teach this over a longer period of time instead of 6 hours, but we'll make it happen. So in this first module, we're going to talk about types of freight. And the reason that we have to talk about different types of freight is because they're handled differently. Okay. So to be an air freight forwarder is different than moving ocean freight. There's different licensing for ocean freight. For example, moving freight over the land, over in trucking, requires another license and bond. It's different than ocean freight. And if you're going to be doing multimodal transportation, meaning you're going to be putting all of these methods together, you have to have the licensing, insurance, the bonding, all of the things that are going to be required to move the different modes. An example of that is a domestic LTL carrier. What's LTL? Less than truckload. So companies like Saia, ODFL, those companies, those are LTL companies. If you're a startup and you're a small company and you're moving LTL, I've had folks say, well, I have a customer who's going to move ocean freight. So I just want to, I'll bill them. I'm going to find a freight forwarder who will move it ocean freight for them. Well, we start to get into FMC regulations on who gets to charge for ocean freight, right? Who can bill somebody for ocean freight, and how much they bill, right? So those are things that you have to kind of consider when you're looking at the different types of freight in freight forwarding. Customs brokers, they are a special license. As Maurice said, you have to pass the exam and you have to go through clearance. There's a background check. They go through everything. They check your credit. They check your history. They want to know, you got to give them your 3rd grade report card. Kind of like getting a mortgage back in the old days. So there are requirements for customs brokers. NVOCCs, if you want to move ocean freight, we're going to talk about that. We'll get into more detail. And property broker as a domestic freight movement. We're also going to look at who are the stakeholders, like who are connected to the freight forwarding business. Why does the freight forwarding business exist? Right? Why do 3PLs exist? If you have companies that do it all, if you have a UPS and a DHL, why do freight forwarders exist? Right? All right. So
one is air and one is water. Let's see.
Yes, there are different modes.
Yeah.
Air, ocean, truck, rail, donkey. I mean, you can move things all sorts of ways. All right. So what do freight forwarders do? Freight forwarding is the service, coordination, and shipment of goods using various modes and carriers across borders. When we're looking at an international freight forwarder, we're looking at moving cargo, through different companies or countries. For example, coordinating ocean shipments from the USA to India using truck, rail, ocean services, right? What is our responsibility as a freight forwarder? Well, as a freight forwarder, it's our responsibility to make sure all those parts fit together. The documentation, the routing. What is the most effective routing? You know, Kenneth was saying earlier, you know, you have the Suez Canal is jammed. So you have to go around South Africa. What happens if your customer says, I don't want to do that? How do you move their freight? But you gotta do it. You gotta figure out how it has to happen, right?
How do you do it?
You go the other way. So that affects space issues, you know, is going across the Pacific and through the canal, the Panama Canal, something, and that's an option, or across the Pacific via rail through the Port of LA to St. Louis or Cleveland or Chicago or wherever you're going to. So how do you make that work? Those are the challenges and the responsibility of the freight forwarder. Put that all together and present it to the client. It's a little bit like being a travel agent. I don't know if you remember what travel agents were back in the old days, but you would go to somebody and say, hey, I want to go to, you know, I want to go to Bali, put together something for me. And they would, you know, your flights and your hotels and the resorts and all of that stuff. We kind of do that as freight forwarders. We are the ones who put together the most attractive package for our clients, the exporters and importers, right? So that's kind of the core of freight forwarding. Any questions about their role and how they engage? Yes.
Who would pay for the freight forward? Would be the shipper or the importer?
Love that question. We are going to get that. We're going to get there. Okay. We have a screen coming up that's we're gonna talk about that. And you know, it's very structured because when we go across borders, as I got up. Hi, everybody. Getting too close to the camera there. The screen, just for you online, the screen is right above the camera. So as we do that, as we look at international freight, we're crossing borders, meaning there are challenges because there is no international law, right? We don't have an global encompassing legal system. We are then subject to legal systems all along the way. The US, wherever it may go en route, and then the destination, right? So all of those different legal systems have an impact on whoever's buying and selling in those markets. So if you're buying and selling in different markets, the question is, you know, if there's a dispute, how do you resolve it? Who pays for the freight? Who pays for the goods? When do you pay for them? How do you pay for them, right? There are challenges for that coming up, and it's the freight forwarder needs to know that in order to do the documentation properly, in order to route the cargo properly. Oh, sorry, wrong way. Okay. We talked about what freight forwarders are, what their role is. For example, you know, clients around the world order a part for production, and the exporter needs to get it there. Well, how do they get it there? You notice there's a little note there, it says DDP. DDP stands for delivery and duties paid. That is for, the terms are called Incoterms. And we're gonna get to, there's that slide that you're asking about. How do we decide who's paying? So again, it's the freight forwarder's responsibility to coordinate all the pieces, meet the expectation, and do the compliance.
You said DDP as well.
We'll get to that. It's delivery and duties paid.
Okay.
All right. So, questions come up about, all right, we talked about the different types of forwarders. Or different types of freight. What is a freight forwarder? There is a difference between a freight forwarder and an NVOCC. What is an NVOCC, you ask?
What's the difference between NDOCC and OTI? Or is that's what a broker is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the NVOCC is a very specific license. It's a very specific process because it stands for non-vessel operating common carrier. Okay, it's a non-vessel operating common carrier. So a common carrier means that you consolidate, move client's freight. The non-vessel operating means that you don't own the ship. You don't run the ship. You don't have ships. You just block space on that vessel. So now you're an ocean carrier in a sense, right? You are the one that's moving the ocean freight. You're using the space. You publish a tariff under the FMC regulations, or you have a standard tariff that you have to publish. And then your pricing is regulated by the FMC as well. How you quote, who you quote, how it's set up. So NVOCC rules are very different than freight forwarders. Freight forwarders, ocean freight forwarders, do not book the space. It's not their paper, it's not their bill of lading. Right? They instruct the carrier on how to move the cargo. They coordinate.
They coordinate with the NDOCC, pretty much.
They can. So you can be an ocean freight forwarder, coordinate with the carrier and NVOCC to move the freight. All right. So they're two different responsibilities. And the pricing is set up differently too. You can do a whole class in that. Well, we only have a few minutes. So right here on the slide, which you'll have access to, there is a link to the FMC regulations. The FMC link to regulations for NVOCCs and OTIs, ocean transportation intermediaries. They're called OTIs. And who's responsible for what and what you have to do. It's a very complex challenge to understand everybody's responsibility and how things are done. Now, you talk about getting the application process going, then at some point there will be, once you're up and running, an audit. They'll come through and review all of your documentation. Also, not just anybody can become an NVOCC. Have to have experience and reference. They're going to ask you, who can vouch for the fact that you are knowledgeable in the ocean freight business and you're of good character. So you're going to have references to get the license. And it does take a bit. Takes a while. Questions?
So you saying there's an audit every time we ship?
No, there's no audit every time, but there will be a time at some point during your life as an ocean freight carrier, if you're an NVOCC, that you will be audited by the FMC, and they'll come in or they'll send you a message and say, we want to see all of this documentation to make sure that you're in compliance with the regulations. Okay. So who are all of these regulatory agencies that we're talking about who oversee and decide what is happening in the movement of freight? So FMC is the Federal Maritime Commission, and they oversee ocean freight, NVOCCs, ocean transportation intermediaries, the carriers, the terminals, all of that stuff is overseen by the FMC. So if you're going in and out of the port, you're touching the port, you are a port, you're covered by that federal agency. The DOT, Department of Transportation, if you're going to be moving a truck in and out of the port, you have to be licensed by the Department of Transportation to move cargo. Right? Not only are there operational considerations, but in the next section, we're going to talk about security as well. So we're going to look at regulatory, FMC DOT. IATA is the International Air Transportation Association. And the TSA is the Transportation Security Administration, which we all know if you've ever gotten on an airplane. They also cover air freight. So air freight forwarders have to have a relationship with TSA. And they're covered by a couple of different security programs. The TSA program and just the IAC SSP and CTPAT, which is the Customs and Trade Partnership Against Terrorism. So that is a voluntary program, CTPAT, but it gives you a relationship with customs so that they have more transparency and visibility on everything you're doing and that you have processes for everything and how things are covered. It's like an ISO certification. Anybody been through an ISO certification? Anybody remember what an ISO certification is? International Standards Organization. So there is it's an international standard, it's very rigid, and you have to have processes for everything. So that's something that the US government has put in place for imports. Importers, freight forwarders, warehouses, the whole supply chain from the factory. Okay. What are the bonding and insurance requirements for doing different freight services? And then what are some of the sort of overlying government regulatory issues, such as, anti-bribery laws, or OFAC, which is the Office of Foreign Asset Control, and any kind of sanctions that might be on importers or exporters. Because you have to check as a freight forwarder to make sure people are not doing it illegally. They could be sanctioned by the government and they're not allowed to export this product. It's your job to make sure. So what kind of licenses are we looking at? For the Federal Maritime Commission, we are looking at we call FMC 18 and FMC 65. They're different, those are the different licenses. Now, the Federal Maritime Commission requires the license and application process. It's typical of any application process. You go to the FMC, you fill out the forms, you provide the information that they're requesting, and all of the supporting documents. You want to be an OTI or NVOCC. Different services. So you have to read up on which one you want to do. Do you want to be the one providing the tariff, or do you just want to be reselling the published rates? Most people who are moving ocean freight file and get NVOCCs. Now, something to think about as an ocean freight forwarder, if you're moving freight internationally, we'll talk about this in a little bit, you probably have a partner overseas that's supporting your global agency network. If you're moving freight in and out of the US, either way, it's regulated by the FMC. So your partner, if you're working with an agent, for example, in China, if your partner in China is not an NVOCC, you have to think about how you're moving the cargo, whose bill of lading it is, how are the rates sold. Also, if you're going to move freight out of China, you might need to become a Chinese registered NVOCC. Because the Chinese government does exactly what the US government does, right? So there's similar requirements on both sides of the ocean. So thinking about what you're going to be doing for your clients will trigger what you need to do as far as licensing. All right. With the FMC license, you also need a bond. Anybody know what a bond is?
When I had my father in the conservatorship, my sister had to set a bond on her house in order to be over his money.
Okay, so what does that bond do?
It's secure that she won't take.
Right, it's a security.
Yeah.
It's a security. So a bond is a security. You're going to have to put money up to show that you're in good standing and that there is an issue that financially you are responsible, right? That's what a bond is. It's different than insurance. People have to separate that. The bond, you put up the cash or the asset or whatever it is. The insurance now is for, what is insurance for?
Protecting
To protect your goods.
commodity.
Protect you, right? And your client.
Mhm.
So the FMC requires that you carry insurance for liability, professional liability insurance, right? You gotta say that you are covered and for the things that you do. And if you do things wrong, your insurance will hopefully step in and support you. That bond has, or that insurance has coverage for, government violations. If you do something and it's in violation of a government regulation, you might have to have an attorney to defend you. So the insurance has to be able to pay for that. So and there's different levels. So you go through your insurance and find out, as you're applying for the FMC, what kind of coverage. The more coverage you want, guess what? The more money, the more expensive it is. Of course, just like anything else, right? Put these up here. I don't know if the links will work. Let's see. It might. Okay, so in these, it's not sharing the screen. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, these links that I have in the slides do go to these websites, and of course, when we share these, you'll have access to the links. The FMC link to the FMC 18 and 65 applications. IATA also does the accreditation. IATA is the International Air Transportation Association. Now, let's see if it'll do it. See if this will share. There it is. Okay, got it. So IATA is the International Transportation Association for air cargo. Now, do you have to be an IATA agent? No. But what does it do for you? It does a lot. Because the International Air IATA issues an accreditation number. It's like they're the agency that will give you the approval standards that they support with all of the international airlines. So if you're going to be shipping on Lufthansa or British or El Al or somebody else, you're going to need to put your account. And if you go through IATA, you can set up your agreement, and there is a centralized payment system which is a Cargo Network Services, CNS, that will facilitate the payment and settlement of all of your air freight invoices. So it's a settlement organization for money. Again, why you do it is so that you have access to those carriers directly, and you're not moving it through somebody else's license, right? Because if you have a co-loader, if you have to go through and use somebody else's license, what happens? Yeah, they're gonna charge you an up fee, right? It's also gonna have an effect on the regulatory side. If you are if you're approved by the TSA to move air freight as well. So, let's see here. Go back to that. Okay. Now, the DOT does the same thing for domestic freight. And that link. There we go. Moving freight domestically on a truck requires you to get licensed by the DOT, which under the FMCSA is the registration that you file with the DOT to get licensed to move freight. And guess what you need for that? A bond and insurance. So you're gonna have to have a bond and insurance for all of these different things. Now, the wonderful thing is that, of course, our insurance companies know this, and so they put together packages for us, right? They're like, are you an NVO? Are you a OTI? Are you an IATA agent? Are you a DOT broker? Are you a warehouse? There's different bonds for owning a warehouse. And what freight is there? Is it transitory? Is it stored there? Different insurance coverage. So you'll have to go through that with your insurance agent. Okay. Questions so far? Any questions online? It's pretty quiet. They got all this.
Yeah, I have a few, but it's gonna take a little longer.
What?
I'll give you one.
Okay.
Is it true with volume, you can get discounts with ocean and air?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Is it as like, because you said IATA and you have the central payment system, but if you
Right.
use it more, does it matter which airline you're going to, or do you get a whole discount? Or how does that work? Because you're talking
It's-
about publishing rates.
Yeah, no, well, for air freight, there's, that is deregulated on the rate side in the sense of with ocean freight, you do have a tariff you have to apply or publish rates, or, there are regulations about how pricing is set up. On the air freight side, we don't have that same regulation, and that changed. 70s, okay? So air freight is different, but you're dealing with each airline individually, right? And there's usually with an airline, a published rate that every freight forwarder is gonna get. And then if you have a lot of business, then they'll sit down with you and talk to you. Well, I don't know if anybody sits down with you these days, but they'll connect with you and offer you perhaps a different tier of the amount of, based on the amount of freight. And then there's the spot market. So if you are moving freight to the Middle East and you have a lot of freight moving with Emirates or Etihad, whatever, they'll give you a discount based on that particular shipment. If you have 10,000 kilos of air freight, they're going to say, well, you know, the tariff is this published rate. We have space, you have the cargo, we'll give you a price on the spot market for it.
When you say published rate, that's with the airline or, well, not the airline, the ocean carrier, steamship line publishing saying, hey, we moved it for this much?
So the published rate on the ocean side is a public facing tariff. So you have to have a tariff that is published that can be accessed by anybody outside to look at the pricing. And the FMC can look at it to make sure that you're in compliance. And the goal behind that is to say that if you quote pricing to somebody and you pick up their cargo, you have to move it at that rate. It's designed to be more structured and to protect the shipper so that you don't get the freight and go, oh, well, you know what? It suddenly became more expensive and now you have to pay more. And the freight's out of your hands. So, you know, the reason the government regulatory system is there to protect importers and exporters.
Right, it's bullying and like.
Yeah.
Hostage.
Holding your freight hostage, right? Basically, give me more money or you don't get your freight.
And when you say publishing, is there someone to look at all this? Like all the freight forwarders could see that rate?
Everybody who has, everybody who has a NVO license has a published tariff. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that all that cargo is moving at that rate on the general published tariff. If you
Okay.
have a negotiated rate arrangement, which we're gonna hit here in a minute, or a negotiated sales arrangement, those are directly with the client.
Okay, so it's not public, these published rates.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
And when you use the word tariff, in my mind, I think of what the government charges to bring stuff in.
That's,
So you're.
yeah, no. It's the different version of tariff, like it's a published rate schedule, I should say, published rate schedule, for example. When you ship with UPS, you get a published rate schedule, right? You go to UPS or DHL or FedEx and you go online and you see, you know, 50 pounds going to London, it's this much. And that's the rate. Now, if you ship $10 million a year with UPS, they may say, yes, you're not on that tariff, you're on a lower tariff rate or a lower schedule. So your pricing will be lower. But there's a pricing level that you get as the general public to go online, right? Freight forwarders get that with airlines. There's a general rate schedule for moving cargo that the freight forwarder is given as an air freight forwarder. But if you have volumes, then you may negotiate a better schedule, a better discount, basically. Okay. So let's talk about security and electronic filing that goes along with this, okay? So we have the TSA. Did I include the full? Yeah. So we have the TSA. The TSA has a security process that every air freight forwarder has to go through. The Intermediate Air Carrier Standard Security Program. So what you have to do is open up all of your processes and your warehouse and your security and all of that stuff to the TSA in order for them to have transparency in who's moving cargo. And the TSA has a registry of everybody who moves air freight. And they classify them based on their knowledge of who they are. So as a freight forwarder, you work in compliance with the TSA to decide how the cargo will move and what information can be provided back to the shipper. Because there are regulations about specifically asking for cargo to go on certain flights. You don't necessarily have that ability as a shipper. it's up to the freight forwarder how to move the cargo. So it's part of that standard security process. So if you're going to move air freight, it's recommended that you work with a freight forwarder. So that gives freight forwarders an ability to, I guess you would say, an advantage to working with a customer, an exporter, to say, hey, yes, you want to export air freight, but if you don't have something set up prior to, like, hey, I got to ship this out right now. Like there's somebody here who wants to ship out their product to a customer right now, that has not done air freight before. Well, where does she fit within the system? Now, if she works with the freight forwarder in advance to make sure that she's set up and her process is reviewed, who she is reviewed, et cetera, then it becomes easier. So as a freight forwarder, you want to have a program with the TSA. Not every freight forwarder does. That makes it challenging. So if you're going to be an air freight forwarder, you need to set up a program with the TSA to become an air freight agent, basically. Questions on that?
What kind of program?
It's a security program, a standard security program. So, when you go to the airport and you walk through the security, all right? So we do the same thing with cargo, right? We have to go through that process. Now, another security program is CTPAT.
Yeah.
The Customs Trade Partnership Against Terror. And that is for import. So we work as freight forwarders with a lot of importers. Now, the CTPAT program is set up for the entire supply chain. So under common practice with CTPAT, Customs would review the supply chain all the way to the factory and inspect all the way to the factories, the entire supply chain, the US government. But they want to know what we're doing, how we're involved. So if a freight forwarder is CTPAT program member, it's again, I said it's voluntary, you don't have to be, but it facilitates the process because it provides more transparency. So if you're a freight forwarder and you codify and you standardize your processes, you're going to have an opportunity to get certified with Customs so that they can see what's going on, right? And that you have processes and security in place, cameras, registration, looking at licenses, and all of the things that happen in the transportation process. Whoever's touching the cargo, they want to know whoever's touching the cargo. Everybody has to have sort of validation. One of the things I didn't put on here, but it came up this morning in talking with somebody who has been involved in trucking, is in and out of the port, there's another program called TWIC, TWIC. And that is a background check on drivers who are going in to the ports. So it's another security process.
That's very important for terrorists.
Well, we gotta make sure we know who's going in and out,
Yeah.
right? And then the electronic filing process for most of these things is being consolidated, whether it's customs clearance, et cetera, under ACE, the customs environment, automated customs environment for all of these processes. So setting up an ACE account for your imports, for your customs clearances, et cetera, as an import.
I had a custom clearance before.
Okay. Yeah, question.
Yeah, now these are security programs by each, how you ship, right?
Right.
That you type that into TSA security program.
So for example, we have a TSA security program they come in every 6 months or however often they want to just pop in and check in, and they do. Yes, they do. They come in and they check and they go through to make sure that you're following all of the rules. They'll ask to see the paperwork, they want to see the ear bills, they want to see the trucker's driver's licenses, et cetera. So that security process is very in-depth.
Is there also a requirement on your computer system? For example, if I'm a government contractor, I need to be FedRAMP. Is something like this?
Yeah, so part of all of these programs, there's a cybersecurity component. That's just become standard across the board. So you have to have a cybersecurity program in place to do anything, whether it's air freight or ocean freight or customs clearance. All of those programs require to have a cybersecurity program. And they require you to have a coordinator who's responsible for it.
So would a FedRAMP certification be enough for this?
Well, you would have that in place, but it would have to fit into the rest of the program. How does that fit into the program? So, you say, this is what we use. This is how we manage it. This is who manages it. You get into those details. So.
Okay, now, you also monitor the entire path of the shipment, including the warehousing. If I have an FTC facility, does that enhance things, or is that just separate?
That's another layer for sure. That's a whole program unto itself. So if you're a foreign trade zone or a bonded warehouse under customs review, which is different than freight forwarding, so it's a little bit off the path. But if you are in those programs, that's another layer of oversight and review and security.
Because it doesn't replace anything that you already talked about.
No. So even though, for example, TSA and CTPAT have many, many things in common, they're different programs. Right? They're separate programs. So if you have TSA, great, but you don't have CTPAT. If you have CTPAT, great, you're not TSA. So some of those redundancies, and yes.
Would you say that if I join one of the program, is it just one more checklist that you have to go to if you miss something that you have to add to your existing practice in order to meet the program?
Yes. So if you have to go through. So, for example, on CTPAT, it's a very delineated program for importers, for freight forwarders. So there's different people who are involved in the CTPAT process. And you have that checklist that they provide and say, you need to do this. How do you do it? So they ask you how you do it. You have to explain. They don't tell you, you must put a camera here, here, and here. They tell you, you have to have a security component that has video recording. Or they say, how do you secure your facility? And then you go in and say, we have cameras, we have locks, we have key passes, this is how we do it, and this is how we record it, and here's where all the data is, and this is how we protect it. So that checklist for each one of these programs is required. So, and sometimes it is portable. You're like, okay, I got my TSA program, I'm going into CTPAT. A lot of it's the same, so it helps you go through those steps. Right?
You said CTPAT is voluntary.
Correct.
What are the consequences of deciding not to join it? What additional hurdles or hoops do you have to go through if you're not?
There's there's nothing else you have to do. What CTPAT does, again, is provide more transparency and visibility throughout your whole system. Who you're working with overseas, who your customers are, who are importing, who's doing, who the suppliers are, who are your agents overseas, who, right? They want to know that whole process so that when customs gets the electronic entry process come through. And so they have that data being filed. Then they have they know all those people, because you have CTPAT in place. They know that this is part of a regular ongoing relationship. So it's one more check on the list of validation for everybody.
So can you say that makes your goods go faster, the process?
Well, they say it's a benefit because there is more visibility. It should go smoother, right? It's not like they're not checking your stuff. It's just, it gives them more, it's a smoother process to check your stuff, to check your process, your data. Yeah. Thoughts or questions on that?
The CTPAT, isn't that associated with Mexico-Canada border protection as well? Or no, that's something,
No.
something else.
That's different.
Okay,
But CTPAT applies to everything.
everything, okay.
So anything coming in from Mexico,
It's the same
it's
thing.
the same process,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Other compliance and regulatory processes for exporting for freight forwarders. Okay, this is not in the security side, but this is more on the compliance side. So we have government agencies that, such as the Office of Foreign Asset Control and the Bureau of Import and Industry and Security. Thank you, Maurice. Too many words in my head. Bureau of Industry and Security, they regulate and oversee who's exporting and the products that are being exported and where they're going and who they're going to. Because, right, you don't want things falling into the wrong hands. And you don't want product being shipped out to, for example, you know, maybe Dubai, and then it goes from Dubai to somewhere else, and then it ends up in Iran, right? So we have an issue with that, because our government says you can't ship that stuff to Iran. Well, if it goes along that path and ends up in Iran, you have a responsibility to know who it's going to. You have to have a responsibility to check to see who's at the other end. And the US government has a list of people you can't ship to and companies you can't ship to, right? So you have to, as a freight forwarder, you are responsible for checking those lists. Now, the cool thing is a lot of the software systems and data systems that are prevalent in freight forwarding will automatically check. You hit the button, it goes, it does the checks. If you don't have that built in, you can subscribe to a service that will do it for you. If you don't subscribe to the service that does it for you, you can go and look at all of that yourself. So, pardon?
Command that function.
Yeah, so it's up to you to do it. Now, is this process changing through AI? Absolutely, right? So that's what makes it possible for our systems to check these databases. Because we have that intelligence now behind the scenes that can do it for us instead of us, I used to have to go to a website and log in and get the access and look at it, review it, type it, search it 10 different ways, just to check it out. Okay. The denied parties screening through industry and security is that list that we're going to, that the government puts out there. So like, if there's a bad player somewhere overseas that has violated US export regs, they could be on that list. Or, somebody in the US who has violated those rules should not be able to export, right? And they're not, and they're on that list. So it's your responsibility. You have responsibility for due diligence, right? Okay. Also in this section, we're talking about, as we go through the things that are overseeing us, compliance, regulatory, licensing, but we're also doing bonding and insurance. So we talked a little about this. Bonding and insurance are required for legal and financial protection. Right? So you got a story. You like stories.
Yeah.
So many years ago, in the early 2000s, me and my little company, we're little freight forwarders, we got like 10 people, and chugging along, we're doing good. And then we had a shipment for a customer, last minute, some stranger out of nowhere said, you gotta move this freight, it's critical, trade show, gotta go now, today. Funny how shippers don't plan in advance,
Yeah.
They built this product for a trade show and they didn't even think about getting it, right? Somebody gonna throw it in their car, drive. So they figure out at the last minute, they need a freight forwarder. So we go through the questions. Going to, who are you? We put all the questions together. Shipper, consignee, how does it need to be there? When does it need to be there? What are the contents? Any requirements, handling requirements? How is it packaged? Right? You have to know how things are packed. Is it in a crate? Is it in a case? Is it loose? Is it palletized? Is it shrink wrapped? All of these things you need to know. So we went through the whole process. We picked it up, moved it to the trade show, it got to the trade show, and it was damaged. Nobody likes to show up at a trade show with damaged product. I get it. So there were pictures. They had pictures of the terminal picking up, pictures of the destination picking up or delivering, and what it looked like when it came out of the crate. So the insurance company, because we have insurance, said, okay, we'll file a claim, we'll pay out the claim. Well, the shipper, of course, was very upset and filed a claim for $196 million.
Wow.
Against who?
Against us,
Oh.
me,
The
my
one that
company.
he came to at the last minute.
Right? So it freaked me out, as most people would, you're being sued for $196 million. But then I thought to myself, wow, somebody thinks I'm rich.
Yeah, he's an opportunist.
I was like, wow, I don't think I'll ever even earn $196 million, but here we go. But what happens is your insurance company steps in. The insurance company steps in and protects you, right?
Gonna do an investigation.
So they look at the documents, they look at this claim that's filed by an attorney, and they're like, they go through the process. Turns out, at the end of the process, they filed for $196,000, not $196 million. So it was a typo. Again, this was a long time ago. So it was a typo by the attorney. And then we went through the claim process. They didn't buy insurance, even though we offered it. We had standard cargo insurance. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But we were protected. And it was settled. I think they got like $20,000. And it went away. But that's what the insurance is for, to protect you as a business from somebody who wants to sue you for $196 million.
Now, how
Yes.
would you, as a freight forwarder, be held responsible for them goods that you touch?
Well, we coordinated it. So we gave all the instructions to the local carrier that moved from the local carrier to another carrier and another carrier. We instructed the delivery. So we were coordinating all of it.
There was transloading involved. Is that why? Like
Well,
you moved it from the.
Yeah, so a local
truck.
trucker picked it up, got it to the airport, got it to the terminal, was handled by a carrier, went to another trucker, got to another terminal, was delivered by another person. So there, probably a half a dozen people.
And you can't pin it on one of those carriers that moved it, like let's say the warehouse handled the forklift, or you
Yeah.
can't claim on their insurance, or
Well, everybody subrogates against everybody
Oh,
else,
okay.
right? You know, it goes through, insurance is amazing. Everybody sues
Yeah.
everybody goes after
But
everybody.
as long as your shippers pay directly and then they figure it out
Right.
later. Yeah.
So, and the shipper didn't buy insurance for the full value of their product.
That's,
So they're not insured. They were offered, but they were not insured. They said, no, we don't wanna, we're fine. It's too much money, or whatever the response might have been at the time. But they chose not to. So it goes under standard cargo liability. And that's why it falls under, a certain amount. And they got, I think, like I said, $20,000 out of the final settlement. Because that's all the cargo insurance covered.
Oh,
So,
Can I-
importance of insurance, yes.
so say for instance, I sell chocolate and I'm going to a trade show in Las Vegas. Do I still need a person to help me to get the display from here to Vegas?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And here's the thing, if it's going to Vegas, it probably needs to go to a event facility.
Oh,
marshalling
A
your.
yes, you gotta pull into the marshalling yard, you get everything lined up,
oh,
because they don't just allow you to bring in your own stuff. You have to go through the system so that the people who are coordinating and setting up the trade show are paid to handle it, and do it.
to set it.
There's certain things that you can personally bring in,
Yeah.
but
Like the
other
product.
things have to be brought in by, through the trade show setup. And they usually give you a list of instructions when you sign up for the trade show.
So they're responsible for taking it down and then bringing it back to California, back to LA?
No, well, again, they can do that, but they're gonna charge you full load.
Oh.
So you may wanna have your trucker or your freight forwarder set up
That would be
the
you.
transportation. Don't call me.
It's only going to Vegas, baby.
He'll help you out. Call Armanac, he'll help you out, he'll take care of it, get you set up, get you in the yard. And then you have to make sure that, yes, PC, we're networking
Thank
here.
you, really.
That's why it's good to be here in person.
Absolutely.
So when the trade show's done, they have to have specific instructions on what to do with your booth. So when it gets disassembled and packed up and it's ready to move off the floor, they don't just move it to their preferred carrier and deliver it. They move it to where you instructed them, and then he comes to pick it up.
Oh. That is I'm so glad you told me that. I never did an expo, but I know
Okay.
since I'm in chocolate candy,
Okay,
I know there's a lot of expos that I can do.
Yep.
So it's good to know that there's a process. You don't just go and just set it up like you do a pop-up shop or a farmer's market.
yeah, no.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of stories about trade shows.
Okay, for sure.
And depending on where you're going and what city you're going to, and it's challenging.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard customers where like they just sell everything at the trade show, so.
Oh,
they're
yeah, they
gonna
give it
have
away,
to
so
move
they
it.
won't have to bring it back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but here's the thing, if you go to a trade show overseas
Yes.
and you're gonna bring stuff back, you move it on, there's a whole thing, you move it on the carnet, but the stuff that you leave there, you can't do on the carnet, it has to be cleared through customs, you don't mix the two, because then, yeah, so if it's staying in that country, you clear customs, if it's gonna come back, you put it on the carnet so that it can come back without going through two customs
So you're
processes.
saying the best thing to bring back is just the display, but try to get rid of all of the product?
Well, I'm saying, that's what he said, that's what they're saying as far as like bringing stuff back, but what I'm saying is separate the two.
Okay.
If you're bringing stuff, if you're sending something overseas and bringing it back, if you're going to a trade show in Italy, or you're going to a trade show in China,
Mhm.
whatever you're gonna bring back, you probably put it on a carnet and move it, because you might go to China and then Singapore and then Dubai and then come back, right?
Okay.
That way that stuff can move from place to place.
Oh, I see.
But everything that's gonna stay, that you're gonna give away, all the trials and goodies and all that stuff, you ship it in clear customs, just under a separate entry.
Is there a kind of a rule of thumb on insurance? If the shipment is valued above such, you're better off, or you should get insurance or you're at risk?
Yes, you are. And here, I think the next, there we go. I'll come back to the previous slide, but this is on insurance. So standard cargo policies, as a freight forwarder, when you get yourself set up, you're gonna have to give your bill of lading documents. Your surface transportation, your air bill documents, all of that to your insurance company. Because they want to make sure all the terms and conditions, all the fine print on the back, all of that meets their requirements. To make sure that it's reviewed. Because the insurance company is gonna say, we have standards that we go by, and these are the standards. So, air freight, the maximum standard coverage is $20 per kilo. So, think about it, if you're shipping iPhones, how much does this weigh?
Not much.
Not much. So you may have, I don't know, 10 of them in a kilo. So how much is 10 iPhones worth?
Thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah, $10,000 maybe, right?
Yeah.
But if it only weighs 1 kilo, when you ship it and it gets destroyed, what are you covered for?
$20.
$20. So the freight forwarder's insurance, you as a freight forwarder, your insurance only covers $20. You can bet that the client is gonna sue you for $10,000. So that's why you have an insurance policy and a company that backs you up. You tell them, no, $20 is our standard. Sorry, here you go. Here's your $20.
So I'm gonna have insurance just from here to Vegas too, on land?
You always have to have insurance.
Okay,
Always have insurance.
so let me ask you this.
It's like driving. Don't drive without insurance, right? Don't ship without insurance.
So we're not talking about the $1 million for the general liability and 2 million for the product liability. We're not talking about that insurance.
This
We're talking
is-
about an additional.
This is an additional policy. This is marine insurance.
No, I mean on land.
Yes. It's called marine insurance. See this? I
Okay,
know, it covers everything.
Okay,
Air, ocean, land. Even though it says marine, it's transportation.
okay.
So air freight's $20, ocean $500. And over land, taken based on. There's a whole different classification of products for domestic transportation, just by itself. So if you're a domestic transportation company, you have your own NMFC, the National Motor Freight Carrier tariff,
Mhm.
that sets the insurance standard for the classification of that product.
Okay.
So again, you probably want to have your own insurance because there are limits based on that classification.
Okay.
Again, buy your own insurance as a shipper, because you're a shipper.
Yeah.
As a forwarder for the rest of you, make sure you know your limits on your NMFC.
Oh.
So I'm gonna go back to this because you have to think about where your cargo is covered. Sorry, folks. Where is your cargo covered? Warehouse to warehouse. All of those steps in between, as a shipper, you have to think about, and as a forwarder, you have to think about it as well, because you have to have policies in place for all of that. If it's gonna sit in your warehouse at any point, you have to have specific coverage to store the cargo, not just transit it. Because if it's stored in your warehouse and the warehouse burns down because you have batteries and they catch on fire and the whole building goes, then what coverage as a freight forwarder do you have for all of the people who are in your facility, right? Because yes, the shipment that had the batteries was the one that caused it, but it's in your warehouse and everybody else now has a claim. What coverage is going to cover that? Were your goods transitory or were they stored there? Different policies.
I have a question.
Yes,
So if I have my product in a refrigerator truck going to Vegas, and then I have the display going to Vegas on another truck.
Yeah.
I have insurance, I get insurance on the truck, that truck and this truck too? So that marine.
no, so what you do as a shipper, you say insure, you tell your freight forwarder, you tell Armanac,
Mhm.
I want I want my shipment insured for $10,000 or $50,000.
So it covers all the trucks that have my products and stuff.
It's gonna cover everything
Everything.
the whole way, right?
Okay, good.
So you as a shipper, you're covered.
Okay.
He's gotta make sure he has the policy in place. Okay. Now, something I learned early on, when I got a call from the state of California, it was weird.
Uh-oh.
Like, why are you selling insurance in the state of California? You're a freight forwarder. You have to have a license to sell insurance in the state of California. But freight forwarders don't have to have a license to sell insurance in the state of California because, as I learned, and you need to know, that as a freight forwarder, you're extending your coverage or your policy to your customer. Right? You're not selling them an insurance policy, you're extending coverage. And that's how it works. Your insurance company is the one that sells the insurance. You extend the coverage,
So they're just named on your insurance?
in a sense.
Oh.
Yeah, so you issue there's like a certificate, if you wanna print it out, you
Yes.
type it out of the insurance. A lot of times it's just electronically filed, but when the shipper wants the insurance coverage, you have to fill out the form.
Okay.
And the shipper determines the amount, so if she said, I only want 10,000,
Yeah.
that's what she.
Yes, and back to here,
Mhm.
this is the maximum you can insure. 110% of the CIF value
Okay.
for loss or damage.
Okay.
Again, that's an income. The insurance company will not cover you for more than that.
Okay.
So if your shipment's worth $100,000 and you insure it for $1 million. Again, like, thanks for paying for $1 million worth of insurance coverage, but we're only covering 110% of $100,000.
Mhm.
You just wasted your money, but that's okay, we'll take the money. But that is the maximum, 110%
Mhm.
of the CIF value, which is supposed to cover you in its entirety. The cost of goods, the cost of insurance, and the cost of transportation.
Okay. And that's marine insurance.
Yep.
Oh.
Now, under that, just a little note here on the bottom of that list, you'll
Yeah.
see an ATA carnet.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to trade shows around the world and you're taking your stuff with you and you're taking your trade booth, talk to your forwarder about the ATA carnet. If you're a forwarder, you need to know who to talk to at your insurance company or whoever's issuing the carnet.
Okay.
Because that is basically a policy. It's like you get a document, it's like a passport, like a big document to go through customs in every country you go to. And it's telling those countries it's here for a show, and then it's leaving. And you have to have it stamped. It's like getting your passport stamped at every location. So as a freight forwarder, you can work with your customer to get the carnet set up, because you're gonna have to handle, as the transportation company, that carnet as it goes through its cycle. And at the end of the trip, when she comes back to LA
Mhm.
and says, Armanac, where's my carnet signed off, because I need to close out my bond with customs or with the insurance company. I exported it, it moved to Tokyo, Singapore, Dubai, London, and then back to LA. I need to prove to customs that it actually came back. Right?
Mhm.
So,
Reload it.
and then you clear it in your insurance company goes, thank you very much. There's no problem. you're covered for the entire thing. That's, you keep it on file. Okay, it's 10:40. I want to kind of stick to our schedule. We have a few minute break, I believe, like a 10, 15-minute break scheduled for 10:30. So why don't we do a 10-minute?
Oh.
And then we'll come back. And then we're a little behind, like I said, 10, 15 minutes behind. Just all right. Thanks, and let's get some coffee. Reasons, rounding everybody out. The challenge with, I love being in person, and the great thing is the networking, but it's also the challenge, because then you start networking and it's like, okay, we gotta get back to.
Yeah, you get carried away.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was telling some of the folks at the college, this is the first semester since COVID that I'm having full classes.
Oh, wow.
That have waiting lists every day.
No way.
So, up till this time, we'll struggle 20, 25, 80. We're supposed to have at least 40 students in class.
Oh, wow.
So now I'm having 40 students with a wait list.
That's back even stronger.
Yeah.
Great.
So it's good. It's good to see.
What's your age groups?
They jumped off into the bodies, whatever.
Low 20s or is it like?
We were
18 to 25.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
And then there's usually a couple of high school students.
They got moved on just to register.
Which is cool.
That's like.
I didn't know for food, it might be different. I don't know. Maybe you have to go by this. I think it's different.
Well, I know that my labels that I do on Canvas will have to be, USDA. I have to have everything that they both require. They give me an example.
Did you want to be able to do one?
No, I'm good, thanks. I would love one, but I shouldn't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Oh, the brownie.
Killing me, no.
Hey, I appreciate you so much.
Yeah, you're very good.
Because this is my first time in business. It's my first time in business. I go to trade shows all the time. But I never knew what it in detail, because we're just coming as just participants, like the other place.
Right, or visiting, yeah.
But we never know about the ins and outs and the back, what goes on in the background. So when you told me that, I was like, wow, wait a minute, oh, I'm like, this.
Yep. If you're gonna do trade shows, you gotta plan, you gotta figure out who's doing what, how you're getting.
And just recently, I found the RFP for a trade show.
Okay.
Wow, good for you.
I said,
All right, folks, let's get rolling on, we've got 4 modules to do before lunch, so I think we can get through it. A little bit about documentation, that as a freight forwarder, you have to understand what your relationship to the documentation is and the requirements. Commercial invoice, packing list, and certificate of origin on the shipper side or the importer side. The house and master bill of lading, which are the documents that go along with the transportation. And let me make sure we're on. Yep, and the export import declarations. On the export side, we have the export filing, the AES filing. On the import side, we have the import security filing, the ISF, and the manifest system AMS, in order to file for customs and security. Also, as a freight forwarder, you get to understand international finance. You never thought you'd have to do that, right? There's a whole class in international finance. And one of the things that you encounter is a letter of credit between a shipper and a consignee, between a buyer and a seller. And that letter of credit is a financial tool because back to that comment or the little information about no international law, how do we protect our financing and credit in an international environment where we don't have a court system to go to sue somebody? So we use other tools, and one of the tools that we use is a letter of credit, which allows companies to work together and use the bank as the third party intermediary to hold the money. And banks have international relationships that work in multiple countries that protect that money from being tapped into before, the goods are serviced or delivered. So you're gonna have, it's that old story of, like two kids in a playground grabbing each other's hair. Who lets go first? I'm not letting go. You let go. I'm not letting go. You let go. Well, who lets go? Well, you have to have the intermediary. Mom comes or dad comes and says, hey, I've got this. Both let go. And that's what the banks do. They say, we're providing a level of trust in an environment where there's no legal system, right? That leads to the understanding of what we call Incoterms, the international terms of commerce. So it includes lots of different points at where you transfer goods and transfer money, right? So you transfer goods at certain points along the way, whether it's at your warehouse door or at the port or at the destination, who pays customs, who pays transportation. So that's what we're going to look at there. And here we have it. These are the international Incoterms, Chart of Responsibility and Transfer of Risk. And they're updated every 10 years. So this version is 2020. And they'll be updated in 2030. There are terms that are applied to air and sea and inland. And then at the different points of transfer, as you can see, this chart will tell you who is responsible, the buyer or the seller. So in these darker areas, the buyer is responsible for that portion of the transportation function. And the seller is responsible in these other areas. The insurance, as you see this little sort of light dashed line, can be used at different points and paid for at different points, right? So who is covering, who is buying and selling the insurance? There's all sorts of, I guess you would say the negotiation between the buyer and the seller on the insurance is only specified in two cases, the CIF and the CIP, which is why the I is right there in the middle. The CIF and CIP are insurance, the I in the middle. So if we look at this chart, down on the left, we have all the steps. The packing, the loading, the delivery, the export, the terminal charges, the loading charges, the carriage charges, destination, all the way through, all the way to customs duties and delivery. So when you negotiate your agreement with the buyer, if you're the exporter, you have to decide at what point you want to give over responsibility. But that also means giving over control. If you're working with your freight forwarder, you have a relationship with your freight forwarder as the exporter. You probably want to control the transportation out of the country to make sure that it's going. What happens if somebody buys your product as the exporter? They come and say, we want some chocolate.
Yes.
And you say, yeah, come pick it up. You can ship it anywhere in the world. It's up to you. Just, I don't take responsibility for it. They pick it up at your door, at your warehouse. And then where do they go? Anywhere. Your chocolate could show up in New York.
But is that a good way to do business?
It's up to you, right?
Yeah.
It's up to you as the exporter. Now, this is something that we teach in the, exporting and importing class. This is like one of the foundational things that we talk to people about. What is your responsibility? What do you choose to control? Where do you want to take the risk and where do you want to have the responsibility? So this affects the freight forwarding side, because if your customer on the export side is selling their products X Works, if they're selling the product X Works, they're only responsible for the packaging. Everything from their door is the responsibility of the buyer. And if you're the freight forwarder and you have a relationship with the shipper, like I have clients who sell products around the world, but they don't take any responsibility past their door. So I can't help them unless I have a relationship with their buyers, which can be challenging because they're all over the world. They have no control. That means as a freight forwarder, I have no ability to move that traffic. They can, the importer on the other side decides who's moving the freight from the door. It's called routed cargo. Okay.
Yeah.
So as a freight forwarder, you want your exporter to ship on terms all the way over here, right? To include the F. See that F? That's the freight. You want your exporters to use terms including the F. That's most beneficial to you as the freight forwarder. It helps you control the traffic. Now, it's also a selling point if you're a freight forwarder. And we'll talk about selling points at the end. Almost all companies these days import and export. If you're bringing product in from somewhere, you're paying duty. And it's pretty high now, right? It could be 50%. If you take that product and you export it, you can get that duty back. If you bring in product and 50% of your sales are domestic and 50% of your sales are international, that 50% that gets exported, you can get that money back, that duty.
Oh.
You file what's called a drawback. Okay, so you file a drawback. Your customs broker and customs attorney will do that. But you work with your client to get that money back. In order to do the drawback, you have to have all of the information from all of those exports. So if you're an importer and exporter, again, this is directed to the importer and exporter, you want to control that because you want to control all the data and information so you can get the money back. One of the challenges we have with clients who are moving freight routed on exporters' terms is getting the data in order to file the drawback. Which means, it's harder for them to get the money back. So things to think about as a freight forwarder, value-added services you can do based on Incoterms. And you can talk to your customer about their Incoterms. They may say, yeah, we don't want any responsibility. But then if you say, you might want to get some of your money back because you do a lot of export, it's an extra service, right? And you get money for that, charge for that. So as a freight forwarder, you want to understand the Incoterms. Also, when we're talking about a letter of credit, which is the financial tool, the shipper in a letter of credit, the seller, needs to present documents to the bank according to that letter of credit. That's a whole other class. Maurice will teach you the letter of credit class. But you want to be able to have control as the exporter of those documents that are going to the bank because it's how you get paid. So you probably want to work with somebody you trust, so the documents are complete and correct and timely, because there are time limits on letters of credit. If your cargo is routed and you're selling on Ex Works terms, that letter of credit is harder to manage. Because somebody else and somebody else's chosen forwarder are processing those export documents. So again, shipper wants to control it, should be controlling it on a letter of credit. As a forwarder, you want to be able to sell that additional service, provide that additional service to your customer so that they get paid on time and easily. Yes,
So you're saying the Incoterms that have the F in it is the one you recommend because it'll encompass all the paperwork?
covers the freight charge, right? And if you're moving the freight, if you're controlling the freight, you're controlling the export document, right? So now we're controlling the export documents, I think, yeah, in this way, the bill of lading and the airway bill, you're controlling that for your client because you as the forwarder are providing that. Okay. So any questions back here on the Incoterms? Like I said, I know it's an entire class that people take on Incoterms and all the implications and pros and cons and risks. Now, the Incoterm doesn't determine when the money transfers. The Incoterm is only for responsibility. Okay? Payment can be any different way. 30 days on receipt, letter of credit, cash against documents, whatever the terms that you agree for payment are different than the Incoterm. Again, that's the give and take. When do you ship the goods? When do you get the money? How much trust do you have? You ship the goods and you don't get the money back, or you don't get paid before you ship them, all of a sudden you have risk. But the buyer, the importer, doesn't want to give you the money before they get the product because they have no control. Think about it if you buy some product out of a factory in China and you go online and find a manufacturer and they say, okay, I want 10 of those. And you send them the money. What happens if you never get the product? You're gonna go to China and sue them?
Cost your money.
Yeah, good luck, right? So, it's the reverse here in the US, right? So it's the same type of thing for US exporters. They're not gonna wanna send you the money before they know the product's shipped or before they can get their hands on it. Unless you have a good relationship. So again, building relationships. Right. Now, another way to control that is through the documentation. Master and house bill of lading. So, in an ocean freight shipment, the documentation is a negotiable document. The bill of lading is a negotiable document. If you have an original document, if you have the original bill of lading, ocean bill of lading, you control the cargo. You control when it gets released. If you haven't been paid and you have the original bill of lading, you can hold that until you get payment, right? So there's two different types of payment. There's payment of freight charges. So the forwarder can hold the bill of lading for payment of freight charges. And the exporter can hold the bill of lading if the Incoterms are correct for the goods. Does it make sense?
Because the bill of lading holds title to the goods.
Yes. If you have the original, you control it. Yeah. So for example, on the import side, we had a customer many years ago. Seems like a few years, but it was probably 15 years ago. The product came in, they had like 10 containers of product. It was pre-Christmas, it was going to the stores. And the US distributor who was receiving the goods filed for bankruptcy. But the shipper had the original bills of lading. They kept saying, well, it was before the filing of bankruptcy, they said, you know, we have the bills, we haven't been paid for the product. So we notified the importer. And the importer, the distributor in the US said, oh, just release them to us because we're gonna get payment. It's okay. You can do it. Trust us. Trust us. Anytime somebody says trust us,
Right.
the red flag goes up. So we did not release the original bills of lading, and they did not release the originals. And we, as the partner for the agent overseas, did not release the cargo. Because that's our responsibility as a freight forwarder. If we would have released those containers without the original release documents, as the freight forwarder, we would have been responsible for the full value of those 10 containers. So, original bill is required. A term that you'll hear on the import side, brokers are always asking, do you have OBL and charges? Original bill of lading release and charges paid. You get those two things, that's great. You can release the cargo when customs clears. So there's three things that need to be in hand for an importer to receive the goods. Release of the bill of lading, payment of freight charges, and customs clearance. Those three things. So as a freight forwarder, you're checking on these all the time. Do we have ocean freight paid? Do we have bill of lading release? And do we have customs clearance? Now, that may not even be all of it, because deeper into the weeds we get, you may have customs clearance, but you export chocolate. Here in the US, if chocolate comes into the country, not only do you have to have a customs clearance, but it's food, right? Who else has to clear food? You think? FDA, right? We need to make sure that we're not giving bad food to people, right? So FDA may say, oh, we're not ready to clear it yet. So as a freight forwarder, you may be given freight release for customs, you have the bill of lading and you have charges. But the FDA still hasn't said it's okay. So guess what?
You stuck.
You're stuck. You cannot do it. You can move the cargo to your warehouse or to a warehouse as a freight forwarder. Take it out of the customs warehouse because customs warehouse is expensive, right? Very expensive. But you cannot distribute the goods.
So are they gonna come to your warehouse to do the inspection?
They might. They might. We had a container full of sesame seeds one time that was stuck in our warehouse because FDA had not cleared. It smelled great. Every time I walked out in the warehouse, I'm like, oh, it smells really good. But they want to check it. They want to quality. And guess what? FDA, USDA, no, can't come in. It got destroyed. It was ordered for destruction. Because the value, it's a low value product. So, you know, they can say you either have to export it or you have to destroy it, or they'll clear it. In this case, they set it for destruction.
So they pick it up then.
No, you still have to pay for
Oh.
it.
So.
Customs doesn't pay for anything, so
I'm
you're,
re-
as the
so
importer,
I'm
you're responsible
To destroy
to
it.
destroy it and pay for that destruction,
Oh,
even though you don't get the product.
They destroyed it because it was expired or it was just.
No, it didn't meet whatever.
Quality
Quality,
control.
whatever, not quality control, but there was something in it that was not acceptable for the US market. And I don't know, it was a chemical, it was a long
ain't
time
no
ago.
telling where to go.
But that's the kind of thing you have to be aware of as a freight forwarder. If you release that product for distribution,
Uh-oh,
guess who's responsible?
you are.
Did you, of course the importer is,
Mhm.
but did you know as the freight forwarder? Did you deliver it? Did you tell them that they can't distribute it and sell it? These are things like, you know, you have responsibility. If you have knowledge, you have responsibility, right? You can't use the, I didn't know. You're a professional.
Mhm.
You should know. It's your job. Okay. So last thing here is the customs filing system on the on the documentation side. The AMS, the automated manifest system, is the stuff that's coming in. We get pre-alerts for US Customs. What is coming in? We also have the ISF, the import security filing, that has to be done for air freight. And you have to submit that. Customs filing fines can go from $5,000 to $10,000 per violation. And if you file on the export side, your declaration's late, you can also be fined $1,100 per day late filing fee. So if you forgot to file an export declaration for a shipment, it goes out air freight, gone. And you're like, oh no, we didn't file it last month.
Well, wait a minute, my freight forwarder is supposed to do it.
Did they?
Mhm.
Did they do it? Well, let's find out. Because, where is it? Hang on. And I kind of skipped through this slide.
Oh.
Sorry. See this last one? It's called the shipper's letter of instruction. Export shipments need to have a shipper's letter of instruction. It's the shipper's instruction to the forwarder on what to do. And also, if it's a correct document, has a built-in power of attorney. Power of attorney is a legal term. It's an illegal allowance that gives you the ability to act on somebody's behalf.
Absolutely.
So if you're a freight forwarder, you cannot file the export declaration without the authority of the exporter. And that comes from either the export power of attorney, you can have this on file,
Okay.
an export power of attorney, or it's built into the shipper's letter of instruction. That also gives you the authorization as the freight forwarder to file the export declaration. If you don't file the export declaration, 30 days later, who pays the fine? Shipper.
The shipper.
If the shipper gave the authority to the freight forwarder, who pays the fine?
The freight forwarder.
Whoever's responsible for filing the AES.
So that means that when you give people authority, you need to write it down and record it.
Yeah, if you're an exporter and you're working with a freight forwarder, get that AES, the ITN, XTN number from the freight forwarder. Get the number that customs has confirmed for authorization to export.
Oh.
You should have it on file as the exporter all the time, because that means it's been done. Now, did it get done properly?
Probably not.
Did you tell him that he did it wrong?
Yeah.
Your freight forwarder didn't do it right?
You said
Wait a
30
minute.
days.
No, it
You have
needs
to
to
pay
file
for it.
ahead of time. Okay, so if you file your documents ahead of time, 24 hours prior to departure, right?
Mhm.
The SLI is the document that you gave him with your export documents to say, file the export declaration. Here's all the information. You file it in the system. You get online and type it in. Does he know your product?
No, only I know my product.
You know your product. That's right. So you better be telling him what harmonized tariff number or Schedule B number and all of the compliance stuff. What if you're sending chocolate to somebody who isn't allowed to receive US exports?
But first I would find that out before I.
You
'Cause you
need to
told me
check,
that-
right?
yeah,
Yeah, check
absolutely.
before, make
Yes,
sure.
Absolutely.
I know, criminals like chocolate too. So double check.
But it'll
Have
be the
before.
freight forwarder's responsibility to the teller, you know, that we can't.
No,
check
she
that.
checks it
Yeah, check.
and then you're supposed to check it as well,
Okay,
right?
but if we both miss it,
No,
it's
no, we
on,
both ain't gonna miss.
It's on both of
For
you.
example.
It's ultimately the shipper's responsibility, but customs is gonna say, well, did
Because
you
like
run
this,
it? Did you do it? Did you
yeah,
check the
on
list?
the BIS list.
I'm not gonna miss it because it's my product. And
Hopefully.
it takes me money to make it,
Right,
package it and ship it.
right.
So
So
I'm
you're
not
a
gonna miss it.
you're a responsible
Absolutely.
exporter. For exporters who don't know what they're doing, and they've
Right.
never been to any kind of training and they have no instruction on what to do,
Mm.
they may not know that. They may not know that there is a BIS. They may not know that there is OFAC. They may not know that there are restrictions on export and where things go. And they may just ship it out. Especially if it's X works. Remember that Inco term that was at the beginning, the EXW term? Hey, come get it from me. I don't take any responsibility for your export. That can be a problem if you don't know who it's going to.
Yeah,
Again, it's a risk. You're taking risk.
I don't take risks like that. If I'm sending my product to somewhere, it's going to someone or a place of business.
Right. So, we just had our break.
Yes.
Now we're on module 4. Yes.
So, if I sell something online
Uh-huh,
and, they pay me for shipping,
uh-huh,
okay, so I put it in the envelope and get to FedEx.
Yep.
Okay, and
right,
now I'm done, right?
yep.
Okay,
Did you, yeah.
now do I need to know where it's going to and before I do that?
Mhm. Yep, you do. Even if you're just selling a little product online. If the person you're exporting it to is not allowed to receive those exports, you should know. As an exporter. That's what I teach exporters. What I teach forwarders is you better check what your exporter is doing because there's a good chance that they didn't look. They just said, oh, I made a sale.
So if I'm a small mom and pop, I'm selling stuff online through Shopify,
Uh-huh,
I'm selling to some unknown person in, say, China or wherever, okay. I'm selling a basket, for example,
Uh-huh.
okay. Should I get a freight forwarder to help me figure out if I'm seeing the right person or not, or what do I do?
well, you can check it on the list yourself. Right, as the exporter, you have access, the public has access to this information. So as an exporter, you should be checking who you're shipping to overseas. Right? Even if it's a gift basket.
Okay.
Right? Check, and if you're a freight forwarder, so your basket may not have the value to go through a freight forwarder, may not make sense to go through a freight forwarder because of the cost, right?
Right.
Cost and time. So you go through a courier company. That's easier to work with, it's cheaper for small shipments. But you still have those responsibilities.
Would FedEx check that or not?
FedEx has the responsibility to check it as well.
Okay.
But ultimately, when the government looks at it, whose responsibility is it?
Shipper.
The exporter, yeah. So, as an exporter, you gotta know what you're doing. As a freight forwarder, pretend that your exporter doesn't know what they're doing. Right? Okay. Feeling the pressures of being a freight forwarder yet?
Does Amazon have it like built in or no? You still have to.
I don't know on Amazon's system if they have anything that's built in to check on export compliance. I don't know Amazon. I would suspect that is a, premier player in that market, that they would have something. But I personally don't know. If somebody in the audience is an Amazon expert, that would be great. I'm sure some AI chatbot would be able to tell us, right? All right. So export operations, what kind of workflow do we have? What do we do as forwarders? What are we responsible for? Well, first thing we're doing is quoting, right? We're going to do our research as if we get a call from an exporter, we're going to export freight. We want to know what our costs are. Because if you look at each of those pieces, you have to look at your Incoterm, right? So the first thing you do is you ask your customer, what's the Incoterm? And they're going to say, oh, the client has 30 days credit. And then you pound your head against it. They're like, not terms of payment, but your Incoterms. In many cases, they will not know what an Incoterm is. So as a freight forwarder, you need to have knowledge of that information, because it tells you what you're quoting on. And if they don't tell you, and they're getting quotes from 5 different people, you're probably all looking at different information and quoting different services, if it's not lined up, right? So make sure that you're all on the same page. Collect the costs. As a freight forwarder, you may not own all those pieces, the local trucking, the ocean freight, all of that stuff, maybe customs compliance, whatever it is. Now, on the ocean freight side, if you're an FMC agent, you're an NVOCC, you have to think about, are we doing a negotiated rate arrangement, which allows you to do, this was I guess, recent process for ocean NVOCCs. The original requirement was that you always had to file and publish every quote, every bit of information in your public tariff. And it was extremely expensive and very cumbersome. So now what's allowed is a negotiated rate arrangement between you and the customer. And if you're doing multiple shipments or not just one movement, it's a sales arrangement. Meaning, we're going to cover all of the shipments that you have during this period at a certain rate. Okay. And you got to make sure that that quote that you're doing is acceptable under an NRA that's going to be in place when the freight actually moves. So does it have a 30-day time frame? Does it have a 7-day front time frame? Does it have a 6-month time frame? And whatever that does, the FMC wants to see those prices match. Because if they come in and do an inspection, they're going to say, where's the NRA? Where's the invoice for the freight? Let's look at it. Does it match? All right. You also have to do coordination with the shipper at the freight location. Are there appointments? Is there loading limit time? Is there gonna be wait time? Did you quote it? If you're picking up from a freight warehouse that may have a line, and most forwarders know which warehouses work quickly and which ones take time, you may have wait time. The driver may say, you know what? It's gonna take me 2 hours in line to get your cargo. I'm gonna have to charge you for waiting time besides the pickup, because time is money, right? So you're gonna wanna make sure that you have that lined up. Where are we picking up? Take that into account. You might put on the quotation, does not include waiting time, which is $50 an hour or $80 an hour, whatever it is. And make a notation that that is contingent on what happens at the terminal. And then you have your driver click in and click out, so that you can verify the time in and out. The next thing you do is get the documentation that you're gonna need. We looked at that a little bit earlier, the shipper's letter of instruction. You're gonna need that for sure. And you need a commercial invoice and packing list. And perhaps a certificate of origin. If it's going to Canada, Mexico, what should you have on file? Anybody do business with Canada and Mexico? Okay, Canada and Mexico are under the USMCA. US-Mexico Canada Trade Agreement, which used to be duty-free up until this year. Things have changed. But still, you have to show that, you know, that whether something is made in the US or Canada or Mexico, right? Now, Mexico and Canada responded in kind and didn't, so every country you're going to, you have to look at right now what is currently in place based on the day that you're gonna clear customs, right? If the policy changes, you know, last week India was at one rate and today it's a different rate. Canada, Mexico, same thing. So any of these arrangements need to know where products are made because it will affect how duties are calculated at destination. And then once you have all the documentation, you have the freight, and you're delivering to the carrier, you'll need to make sure that you have appointments set up, cutoff times, wait times, all of that calculated. Because as somebody who is taking a truck into a terminal in the port during the pandemic, what was it like?
Demurrage and per diem issues.
Crazy, right? There were charges popping up everywhere.
Yeah. And the importers were just eating all of the port congestion.
Port congestion.
Yes.
You'd go to pick up a container and they'd say it's not available, but it's cleared and it shows available in the system. Well, it's in a location in the yard that we can't get to and we won't get to for a couple of days.
Okay.
And you're like, wait a minute.
Not my chocolates, they've been melted.
Yeah, right? If the genset stops working and the refrigeration doesn't work, then
Come on here,
now we have a bigger problem.
losing money.
Thank the union.
So access and responsibilities, all right.
Mhm.
So what do we need to check for when we're exporting? We need to check the export declaration. We need to check for export licensing. Okay, on that shipper's letter of instruction, it may indicate there is a license required for the product that you're exporting. You, as the freight forwarder, will need to file the entry against that export license if the shipper hasn't done it already. If the shipper lets you do it as their freight forwarder, you have the responsibility with that SLI or that export power of attorney to file the paperwork against the license, and that causes declination of the license based on that particular export. So an exporter may have a license for $1 million worth of product.
Yeah.
And your shipment is for $100,000. When you file the export license, you have to show that it's $100,000 against that $1 million. And every time they export, that amount shrinks. And once they hit the $1 million, they can't export anymore under that license. So, as the freight forwarder, again, you have the responsibility to make sure that that paperwork is done, those filings are done. Again, file for export control or check for export control. And if it's a air freight shipment, you're gonna need to know whether it's known or unknown. Meaning that you have to check as a freight forwarder if through your TSA certification process, that customer is allowed to be put on a passenger aircraft or cargo aircraft. Or if they can't ship at all. So that goes back to security we were talking about earlier this morning, right? Okay. All right, yes.
And all of this, like with, at least until now, for the custom brokers, you have this de minimis thing where,
De minimis?
yeah, you don't have to worry about, tariffs and all that stuff, it's de minimis. Is there a de minimis requirement here or not?
So yes, in a sense. There's no de minimis for export, and for those of you who are online, de minimis is for shipments that are imported that have a value up until recently. Any shipments that had a value of $800 or less didn't have to go through a formal entry process. And that's what allowed all of this stuff coming in through Amazon and, you know,
Alibaba.
Temu and Alibaba, and yeah, all of this stuff. I can't tell you how much stuff I bought from like Temu for like parties and, you know, costume parties,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, it's all that crazy stuff. You're like, oh, I can buy a sport coat for $1, you know?
And it'd be worth $1.
For $1, right? It falls apart after you wear it once and that's fine. So you get all this garbage that comes through, but it's $800. It makes it easy, right? It makes it really easy for the consumer.
Is that considered T86 as well? Or that's air cargo?
That's air cargo.
Okay.
So the de minimis was for that on the import side. On the export side, the AES, and there's a whole process on that, but the export declaration is required for shipments of $2,500 per Schedule B number. What's a Schedule B number? Schedule B number is your harmonized tariff number. What's a harmonized tariff number? I have a link in here, but I don't know if I can bring it up. Maybe I'll do it during the break and we can, during the lunch break, and we'll talk about it afterwards. But I can bring up the Schedule B and the harmonized tariff numbers, how everything is classified. So there's a global system, harmonized numbers by everything, how everything is classified. It's a 10-digit number. On the export side, it's basically the same numbering system, but it's called Schedule B because it's a different process. Different time, yeah, they both have different history, right? But they do the same thing. Schedule B, and it doesn't go all the way to the 10 digits, okay? Because those last few digits are dependent on your local government classification. So every country has their own ability on the last couple of digits in the HTS code. But Schedule B takes you out at least 6, 8 digits. All right. So import, I know we're talking, most about export, but import is the same thing. What kind of freight operations are we looking at on the import side as a freight forwarder? how are we working with our clients on the freight forwarding side? Well, we're not just shipping boxes, right? Shipping boxes does not have the value add. As a freight forwarder, you want to be adding more value to your services, because otherwise you're competing on price. If you're always competing on price, how often are you gonna win? It's gonna be hard. There are, NVOs out there that are shipping 500,000 containers. You're gonna have a tough time competing with their pricing if you're shipping one-off containers.
So where does the value add come in?
The value add comes in and start stuff like back to the beginning, PO tracking, using your technology to integrate with your customers. So most companies run, fairly large sized companies will run off an ERP system, right? An enterprise system that runs all of what they're doing. They want to have integration of technology. If you're a freight forwarder, something that you can add as a value add is the technology. To say, hey, we can do this and we can give you visibility and through our interface so that, hey, all you have to do is look at your order in your system and it's sending you, and our system is sending you the updates. Purchase order management and tracking. Availability of cargo status. Pricing status. You can move that pricing over automatically, right? So we talk about that data interface. For them, because what is important for an importer or an exporter when they're selling
Price.
products?
Right.
Price. What is their landed cost that they're gonna sell their products as an importer or exporter? You as the freight forwarder can assist them in having some clarity and transparency on that by automating that data. They can do those calculations easier. They can see it visibly in live time. So value-added services, that's what I'm kind of bringing to the table here.
Right.
I want you to think about that as far as your services as a freight forwarder. You also have to make sure that you have space. When things get crazy out of China, your partner in China must be able to not only live by the rate and the pricing, but also get the space. Max, have you ever had any challenges getting space out of Asia coming into the US?
We don't do air freight that much, so.
How about ocean freight?
Ocean freight, yes.
Yes, right?
And containers.
And you have a container ready to come in out of China, and then all of a sudden you have a blank sailing. What happens?
Oh. And then you just have to go to the next vessel.
The next vessel. So it's just the next vessel.
So
How does your customer respond to it? It's just the next vessel.
And then it's like, well, but we pay so much already, why you can come up?
Right? We're spending all this money. It's gonna take another week to get here or 2 weeks. Because not only did they do a blank sailing, which means they sent the ship without any cargo. But the next vessel's already booked. So what are they gonna do with all those containers that are supposed to go on this vessel?
Order another one.
They're gonna sit until they get space on the next one or the next one. So rolling containers from one vessel to, that's a challenge, right?
So doing chocolate by sea is not good. It's better to do it by air.
It's better by air,
Yes.
but I mean, if you're selling in volumes by ocean, congratulations. That's huge, because think about how much chocolate that is in a 20-foot container or a 40-foot container. It's a lot of chocolate.
Yeah.
You're doing good. But it has to be temperature controlled,
Yes.
right? So you can put temperature monitors, there are containers that do that. As
So
a freight forwarder, you better follow those instructions, because if you don't put it in if you don't put a temperature monitor or set the gen set at the right temperature, can chocolate freeze?
Sure.
But you don't want it to. What happens when chocolate freezes?
It doesn't taste good when it. thaw
Doesn't
out.
taste good, doesn't look good.
Mm-mm.
So you instruct your freight forwarder, do not freeze. And you specify the temperature range that has to be set at, right?
And not
So
only
the
this-
freight forwarder has to make sure that that genset is set at the right temperature.
And not only just chocolate, wine, cheese, everything.
Anything, right? All, yeah, perishable products have to have this kind of control and instruction, and that's the collaboration between the exporter
Yeah.
and the freight forwarder. And the freight forwarder needs to know what they're doing,
Mhm.
because if they don't,
The
you can have
chocolate would melt.
melted or frozen, or probably both, you know, you never know,
Lord,
right?
have mercy.
All right, now,
Mm-mm.
upon arrival, you have to make sure that you have the arrival notification going out, the arrival notice, and charges paid, right? Like I said, OBL and charges. Max knows when a container comes in, your import team is checking for OBL and charges, and then customs clearance, right? Those are the three they're checking. So you have to have your arrival notice that has the data that customs is gonna need, the broker is gonna need in order to put the information in the system. And then cargo availability is gonna pop up. So again, here's where we offer integrated systems as a value add. Can your system communicate with your importer so that they can see the clearance status live? So they're not calling you.
Mhm.
Is it cleared yet? Is it cleared yet?
Yeah.
Is it cleared yet? Right?
Mhm.
And you're telling them, you're looking out over the ocean, you can see the ship sitting in the port, hasn't offloaded yet, or here's a picture of your boat, not there yet. There's 18,000 containers on your ship. I don't know when it's gonna get offloaded,
Mm.
so. Okay,
You know, Gabe,
yes,
that's also, a good thing to add to your, what you have to offer your clients. Because a client like me, if I come to you and I'm looking for a freight forwarder and you tell me I can ensure that your chocolate will be set at such and such and such, that means a lot to me.
right, so you want a broker, or you want a forwarder who knows what they're doing when it comes to perishables.
But you wanna sell that too as part of,
That's what we do, we know how to handle it. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. I remember times when PriceSmart was opening up their stores in Central America, and we were shipping, sample gallons of ice cream,
Mm.
which was really great. But it's like 1 gallon of ice cream going to Guatemala. Pack it in dry ice, and it misses the flight, and you're going down to the airport, and you pack it in more dry ice, and you have to be, because when it gets to the destination, they're registering that as a sample product, it has to be frozen. If it didn't go well, the government in Guatemala is gonna say, no,
Mhm.
we can't register this product. It's an ice cream thing full of blotchy milk.
Yeah.
Don't worry. So your forwarder has to know what they're doing, and as a forwarder, you have to be willing to be at the airport at 2 a.m. to repack the ice into the shipment, if that's what is needed, right? You
Yeah.
have to understand that these are the requirements. So,
So it's really like you're setting your customer mind at ease.
yeah,
You're bringing them great comfort because.
because you
know
could say,
that
oh,
your
well, if it
product
goes
is in
bad, you
good
can file a
hands.
claim. Well, you don't need
You
a
don't
claim.
need
You
that,
want
yeah.
the product to arrive in good order. So, all right, coordinating with the custom broker. As a freight forwarder, here's the deal. You may not be a customs broker, but you have to be able to get your customer lined up and working with a broker, and you may be the one that's facilitating all of this work. Right? You may not be a licensed broker, but you work with licensed brokers. And you, as the freight forwarder providing the service, coordinate all of these things. So you have to coordinate with your customer, the power of attorney, a client application, ACH application, periodic payments, which, if you take a class in customs, you'll learn that regular importers can pay periodically with US Customs, or they can pay electronically with Customs. Periodic payment is great because it gives them longer terms. Duty is due 10 days after entry. If you have a periodic payment, you may have up to like 45 days based on the cycle of payment and the arrival of the cargo. Customers love that because it's cash flow. If I give you 30 days cash flow on $2 million a year, pretty good, right? Saves you a lot of money. Harmonized classification. As a forwarder, don't advise your clients. You're not a licensed broker. You can coordinate with the broker. You can pass on the information directly from the broker. The broker has to be in communication on it. There are regulations on communication between the customs broker and the importer of record. As a freight forwarder, you have to be transparent. There has to be direct communication between the broker and the importer, even though you're the freight forwarder and you're coordinating. Years ago, that wasn't the case. You could be transferring information. You would talk to the broker, you would send it to the importer. They didn't have to have that direct communication. They have to have that direct communication. It is regulated, it's required. Okay. And then, of course, freight charges and release. Demurrage and detention, I put a little bit in here. Demurrage fees are incurred when cargo isn't unloaded from a container or picked up at the terminal, so that's demurrage. Detention is when they're holding the container beyond the slotted free time, or the amount of free time that they're given. So those two terms, demurrage and detention, are very important to understand because they're the late fees, basically, on imports. And when things get crazy in the port, these fees stack up. Now, during the pandemic, we got into this crazy environment where who was responsible for them? And steamship lines and terminals were holding truckers responsible.
Because it was, when they were doing appointments, they were charging on their SCAT code and not the importer directly.
Right. So if an importer didn't pay for detention or demurrage charges,
It'd go on the trucker.
yeah, and the trucker had to pay for it.
Exactly.
And then you had to bill the importer. That's a lot of money, right?
It is.
And then you're advancing money. Money costs money, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Can you charge an upcharge on the
5%.
demurrage charge?
5%. That's our company, but
You must be able to show the actual terminal charges to the customer. Now, if you work out an agreement with them to charge them for advancing funds, you can do that. But they have to see if it was $100 from the terminal, you charge them $100. So a lot of nuances in the FMC regulations, right? And they've changed over the last 2 years.
now the importer is responsible for these charges.
Yes. So that's this last one. All the fine print here. I put it in fine print. But that's in the FMC regulations, and I quoted the FMC regulations in here, so you'll have that in your copy of the presentation. All right. Customs compliance. What is the role of a broker? And what do they do? Okay. You're not a broker, you're a forwarder. It's two different things, right? But you have to have the understanding of what customs brokerage is and your relationship. Now, you may have a company that does both. You may be both a forwarder and a broker, and that's great. But not all brokers are forwarders, not all forwarders are brokers. Okay,
Mhm.
so what does a customs broker do? They file the entries, right? They act on your behalf to file entries. That's the basics. So harmonized tariff codes, valuation and documentation. Valuation is what?
So do you have them helping you as a forwarder, the broker? You guys work together?
You work together, yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. If you're not the same company, then you're working together, you collaborate.
Okay.
Like, Kenneth was saying at the beginning of the presentation,
Mhm.
that the Brokers Association, Forwarders and Brokers Association,
Yeah.
we're all competitors, but we're also collaborators.
Okay.
In the sense that we work together, we network with each other, we get to know each other because we have to. An importer may say, that's my broker, that's my forwarder. Or this freight was co-loaded with them and you have to work together with them to get the freight moved.
So the reason why I ask you is because if I have a forwarder, I don't have to go out and find a broker too.
They can recommend one and guide you down that path. And that's the extra added value, again, of the freight forwarder to get you introduced to a custom broker that would work within your needs, right? What do they do besides the, classification valuation, making sure that your goods are valued properly? Crazy stuff now, right? With all of the tariffs, steel and aluminum, for example. What tariff is applied to the product if there is steel and aluminum within that product? Max is like, it's like, let me tell you.
Oh, I'm doing it right now.
So you may have an item that's being imported that has components of steel and aluminum. Now, the duty rate that is applied to the steel and aluminum is only to the steel and aluminum, not to the design work and the paint and all of that other stuff that goes into it. So valuation has to do with, we need to look at the breakdown of the product that you're bringing in because the duty will only be placed on certain values. Before in previous times, you may have had one line item on your entry with customs. Now you may have 6 line items on your entry with customs for the same product because of the different tariffs, because of the different classifications for the valuation of the components of the products. So takes a huge amount of knowledge for brokers to be able to advise you properly, right? And as a forwarder, you're not a broker. Don't advise your clients on stuff you're not licensed to do. Because if it comes back to you, you advise your clients improperly, US Customs is not going to look at it kindly that you, as a forwarder and not a broker, advised your clients on classification and valuation. Okay. All right. Lunch. So we'll take a break here, but in the meantime, do you have any questions? We can chat during lunch, but yes.
Can a third or someone advise the client on this, but say, this is what it probably is, but you need to double check with the custom broker to get the final number. I can't advise consult with clients how to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
But you need to tell them, but in order to get the correct numbers, the
Right.
Harmon code, you need to actually talk to a custom broker.
Yeah. Like for me, I used to advise people you're probably in, it's 3908, it's in that category, but the actual number is going to be, determined by the broker. I'm not going to tell you your duty estimation valuation. I am not going to do that as a forwarder. I will say, let me check with the broker. I'll send the documents, right? Or the importer sends the documents, or the importer does it themselves, right? The importer can do their own classification because then it's on their responsibility. And sometimes the importer and the custom broker may see it differently. They have to work it out. They have to have the discussion on the classification. Why is it one, is there a customs ruling somewhere? Because a lot of times there's a customs ruling on a product that an importer may not know about. But the broker may, because they have the background in doing it. So it usually is a collaboration, but as an advisor, I would hesitate to give somebody a tariff classification and duty rate not being a broker. You can pass it on, ask the broker, get the information, take that broker's message, email message, with all of their information, directly back to the customer. Just for, you gotta walk that legal line, right?
I took this class not to be a freight forward, but to be an import export. I realized that I needed the knowledge. Because why would you be an import export and you have absolutely no knowledge of what you're doing? And when you deal with people, they can take advantage of you by what you don't know.
Well, you should know what you're doing,
Yes.
right? Right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sandra, do you want to take over the screen, or should I stop sharing, or should I just leave it up?
I'm gonna pause the screen.
Okay. That thing on your radar, okay. All right, so let's talk about some customer management side of the freight forwarding operation. You know, we're talking about the physical operation, the documentation, the processing, understanding the finance and of your clients, finance and compliance requirements, and the licensing for your forwarding business. So let's talk about how to build and retain our customers. How do we do this? What tools do we have as freight forwarders? We're middle people, right? We're in the middle between the carriers and the importers and exporters. So what tools do we have? All right. So let's talk about some of the data tools that we have in order to develop our client base, right? You can go walk around an industrial park and knock on doors. That's the good old fashioned sales approach. But most people things have changed in the last few years, right? There's a lot of new technology. There's a lot of remote work. There's a lot of offshoring. There's a lot of, so where you think people are, they may not actually be there. But, you know, sometimes it's kind of fun to get in your car and drive into an office park and knock on the door and see if somebody's there, right? So, but for most of us, we need to get our volume of salespeople knocking on the right doors, whether it's physically or electronic. So what do we have to use to develop our business? So there are a ton of resources out there that you can either do that sort of first person primary research and do the data searches through US government resources or local business resources, who's doing business in your area, or who, you know, local business licenses, things of that nature. But I think what we're approaching is on a bigger scale, who are the importers? Who are the exporters? And so these are different organizations, or companies that have, services. I want to talk a little bit about peers. They're very common, probably one of the most, commonly used databases for finding importers, right? It's taken out of US customs data. And the data is, let's just say, they take the rough data and they present it in a manner that's useful as information. So the data is the raw numbers, and they turn it into useful information for you. Peers is one company. Data Mine is another product. How do we find out who's importing or exporting in an area? So for example, if you're in Glendale and you're looking for local companies that you can go knock on the door, you want to build a relationship with some of your local importers and exporters. You can dive into Data Mine or Import Genius or Peers and say, who's in my area? Who's doing what? This is sort of a secondary tool for doing that data research. You could also go ahead and use primary research. You could go to, and I don't have it up here, but you could go into, for example, Exim Bank. So if you went to the website for the Export-Import Bank of the United States, you could get information on who is using Exim Bank services in your area. Why would that help you as a freight forwarder? Anybody know what the Import-Export Bank does? So they provide export-import, they provide a financial service tool for credit risk management for exporters. So they're providing perhaps maybe $1 million for a company to do export sales. And they tell you who they've loaned money to and how much they've used. So you can, from that, extrapolate who might be exporting in your area. So you do the primary research by going to somebody like Exim Bank, or secondary, that's more aggregate of all of this information using Peers, Data Mine, Import Genius. Now, another tool that we have for diving into importers, exporters, is LinkedIn, right? How many of you, I'm sure you all use LinkedIn, right? Are you all on LinkedIn? All right, connecting with groups on LinkedIn, forwarders associations, things like that. Forwarders associations are great because you can see who's in your group. But also, as an exporter, who else might you want to tap into as a group and look to see who are members? Maybe US manufacturers, right? So there's a big push for US manufacturing, US exports. So let's take a look at who in my region, and you can do all of these tools through, it's a paid service through LinkedIn, to be able to get to data services on who the people are who are making decisions at these companies who are manufacturers, exporters, and importers. Trust me, if you contact LinkedIn, they will contact you and sell you a package.
Do you subscribe to Peers?
We used to do Peers. We do Import Genius. That's the one we use.
Oh, comparable, I mean, it's a big price.
Peers is Peers is more, I think it's at the higher price point than Import Genius.
And to what extent do they identify not the middlemen, the real people you're looking for? The actual shipper, not the
Not the freight
middleman.
forwarder. Yeah, not the middleman.
Yeah.
Well, because they're all drawing from US customs data, right? They're drawing from public source data. And sometimes there's ways to block the visibility for these types of data services to provide that information. A lot of companies do that because they want to protect who their relationships are with overseas. So sometimes that information is not available. But there are other ways to find it. And again, to that point of who is bringing in the product and where they're delivering it to, sometimes physical information. And then also building on networks and partnerships, whether it's through overseas agents or vendors here in the US. We get a lot of referrals, customers who are not happy with their current providers. And they ask the providers that they are happy with. Do you have a recommendation? Those types of things. So those are you can supplement that reference with these sort of data sources. I've found that these sources plus primary research, like I said, with Exim Bank, commerce information, who is your local SBDC working with? Your Small Business Development Center. Do you go to their events? Do you find out who are members? Because SBDCs are all over the country, right? And they work with local small and mid-sized businesses. Also, call Maurice.
No, please.
And the other thing you can do is inbound marketing. I remember when I first got into, or we started our company, one of the things that we did to make the phone ring was we advertised in the yellow pages. Tells you how long we've been around. But, the internet is the new yellow pages, right? So you just have to adapt with the environment. I think when we moved out of our building, we still had some of the original from 1999, 2000 yellow pages that were dusted off to see our little ads, which was pretty cool. But now it's inbound SEO marketing. So as a forwarder, now not only are you moving freight, but you're a technology company, you're a marketing company. Because where does everybody, all of us, where do we go to find a resource, a provider? Online, right? You have to be present. You have to be visible. And a lot of companies have either an individual or a team who are driving business through their online presence. And you can do it here in the US, you can do it in other countries. There is a company in Florida I know of that they're a member of NASDAQ.
Kemi?
Not Kemi in the SBDC, but there's another company that does. What they do is they help businesses drive visits to their website, or they create a website but a web presence in other countries. So they're generating your presence. So if somebody in Colombia looks for a freight forwarder, you might pop up if you can provide freight forwarding services in Colombia. If somebody's looking for a freight forwarding company from Miami to Bogota, if your SEO, if your search engine optimization is telling them to look at your company here in the US to provide that support, you just stepped into the local market in Colombia, right? It's easy to do that. There are companies that do that. Oh, by the way, and there's export assistance for that, or there used to be. I don't know if there's still, but there was export assistance because driving services, US services in overseas market is an export, right? So US companies are profiting from doing that business. So by adapting your website, doing business in other countries so that they contact you here to do services, that is a US export.
It's marketing gold. It's pretty good.
Right?
Yes.
So you guys, how many of you are doing SEO development and marketing? And it's getting really interesting with all the new AI generation.
There's
Yeah.
GEO now,
Pardon?
GEO.
GEO?
It's called the generative engine optimization. So when you're using AI to search something, it
Yep.
gets you relevant.
Yeah,
to everything.
makes you more relevant, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so, I know, we're doing more live action, videos and presentations, we're more on YouTube. I'm like, why are we on YouTube? That's what like teenagers go and watch videos, but the reality is, everybody's on YouTube, everybody's looking for stuff. And it supports the generation of lead or visibility of your services across the board if you're in those markets, right? Or if you're using those tools, if you're using TikTok and YouTube and I don't know, Instagram, Facebook, yeah. Like, who would find a freight forwarder on Facebook? Crazy? But you know what? The presence is there. You have to have. All right. So driving people to your company is important, right? Now, the question, something to think about, who's answering the phone or responding to the customer when that lead is driven to your company? Right? Is it here or is it overseas? Who's doing it? Are you doing it? Is it AI? Is it automated? Now, all of that effort is useless unless you capture the information and use that tool to gather the information and market to it. Some people use things such as HubSpot. Right? HubSpot's a good tool to use. But you can also integrate it into your operation systems. So what kind of operation systems do we use as freight forwarders? A lot of people say, well, I want to be a freight forwarder. I'm using, I don't know, spreadsheets. I'm using documents. I'm using QuickBooks. QuickBooks is great for accounting, but it's not really a freight forwarder's platform. And I've encountered folks who are still, they're creating a Word document to do so anyway, we want to control the data. We need the data to be, one, a useful sales tool, and two, also to be in compliance, to make sure that we can gather the data and harbor all of that information, especially if we're doing if we're holding documents. So some of the main, these are some of the main forwarder operating systems. CargoWise is probably one of the largest international freight forwarding platforms that's being used. Magaya, MercuryGate, Salesforce, Descartes, Oracle, all of these, 3PL is focused on domestic, I think Blue Yonder, and Alvis as well. So depending on where your focus is, you're gonna look at those systems to find out which is the most advantageous to you. Also, if you do international freight forwarding and you do domestic trucking, you're challenged. Because nobody does everything. Strangely enough. Why does nobody do everything?
Because it's impossible to do everything.
I don't know, you could, right?
But
Right.
you'd be
With the
so,
right team.
With the
you'd
right
be
team.
so stretched out.
So there are companies, before we moved to a bigger online platform, we wrote our own programs. We had our own forwarding program. But it became more and more challenging to integrate with clients and carriers and things like that. We had it built that was very customer service oriented. It did both international and domestic, but it couldn't grow and adapt beyond that point. So 10 years ago, we made a choice to flip over to a new system because it made sense for our customers. We had to integrate with them as well. So we're now using technology as a marketing tool and an operations tool, and we combine them. Because if you're not selling and moving, doing it at the same time, you're missing out on the opportunity. 3PL systems, for example, is a domestic freight forwarding or domestic shipping tool. 3PL. Now, the difference between an international and a domestic is that on a domestic system, what do we talk, I put up remember when I made a note as far as domestic forwarding, different license, right? And it's a different tariff. US domestic forwarding has a different classification system for cargo. So it's based on rate class, density, value, commodity. Whereas international freight is based on weights, dims, density. So when you're doing a domestic movement, you're going zip code to zip code, door to door. There's an entire rate structure platform that's built within these systems that can rate from, so when you go on to somebody such as a trucker like Saya, and you go, I'm going from 02138 to 75036. It does door-to-door move. And you get it all in one, based on your pieces, weight, dimension, and rate classification, and the NMFC number. Did I bring an NMFC number up earlier?
You did,
Yeah.
the insurance.
Yes.
You're referring to LTL shipments.
LTL shipments, right. So that's LTL, meaning less than truckload. Truckload's a whole other one.
Yeah.
The truckload market is sort of a free-for-all.
Great
So
one.
how you think?
Because truckload markets are by miles, or by load, or by, I don't know, single driver, or team drivers, or
Refrigerated.
Yeah.
reefer, right? All of those things.
Dedicated truck.
Or expensive cars on
Or expensive cars on, yes. Pardon?
It's dedicated truckload, so if you.
So if you're doing truckload versus LTL, they're two different markets in the US. So having one tool that does all of it is challenging. But you can integrate those systems. More technology. That's an added service that you provide to your clients, right? So again, added services for freight forwarders, it's an expanded service offering. It's not just the cheap price. What can we do for you? On the import side, for example, container comes in to the port of Los Angeles, it's sitting there, it's going to Chicago. It's supposed to go rail. Maybe the rail's backed up. Maybe the customer needs it quicker. What do? Do you terminate the bill? Do you cross dock it? You can't take that container from the steamship line and at the terminal in Long Beach or LA and move that container to Chicago without their permission, right? So what do?
You delay the shipment. Because if it's already on the rail car.
Well, it's in a container that came in from Shenzhen.
Is that the port not on the rail yet?
It's at the port, not on the rail yet.
Transload it and then put it onto the truckload.
Okay, so you transload it, put it on a truck and send it to Chicago.
Right.
So we'd have to all of a sudden change the rate structure, change how we're doing it. And then visibility wise for the client, how are they seeing it? What kind of visibility do they have? What are you doing with my cargo? Where is it, right? All of a sudden we start losing control of tracking and location and updates to the system, updates to our clients.
So when things like that happen, do the pricing change?
Absolutely, right?
So that means that if I'm doing business with you, I should have an open account to where I can make up the difference at any time.
Of course,
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be ready for contingencies,
Yes.
especially when you're looking at deadlines, right?
Okay.
So if you've made a commitment to Walmart and you have to have this product in the shipment into Chicago by a certain date, and perhaps there was a blank sailing the container didn't get on the vessel that you thought, and it got to Long Beach a week late, or 2 weeks late, or 3 weeks late, you still have that commitment to Walmart. What are you gonna do? Don't leave it on the rail. So you take it to a warehouse, you empty out the container, you palletize, oh, wait a minute, it's going to Walmart. Do they have any requirements when it shows up at Walmart?
I think you have to do 76 high.
So, yeah, so it's very specific.
Yeah.
So that means I have to stack it to 76
You
height.
can't pass an X
Oh, you
amount.
can't pass it.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so everywhere, whether it's Amazon or Walmart or Target or whatever it is, all these like big box retailers or online retailers have very specific requirements for your pallets going in. So you will have to make sure that if you cross-dock it, that it's ready to go directly into that big box store, right? That it meets the local requirement for that importer or for that distribution center.
So let me ask you this, since
Lots-
I'm working with a manufacturer,
Uh-huh,
that will be between the manufacturer and the store then, right? Because the manufacturer produces it and they can ship it to wherever it's going, Target, Walmart, or whatever, or whatever.
right.
But I'm saying, wouldn't that be between them two?
No, because it's different countries, different.
I'm talking about the packing, they pack it up and take it where them to go.
It's, so whoever's selling this, making this deal is the one that has to coordinate these specifics.
Oh.
So if it's coming out of the warehouse and you have a buyer who has specific requirements for receiving, you have to tell the manufacturer exactly how it needs to be packed. Or you can tell the manufacturer if it's coming out of China, for example, you just say, okay, here's my order, floor loaded. Coming into the port of Los Angeles, I'm gonna take it to my warehouse. Then it's on me. I'm gonna have my warehouse do all the specifics on labeling and size and configuration and all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's extra cost and extra labor. Sometimes labor and services are cheaper in China, right? So you want it done there instead of doing it here. So you're gonna want to have that all specifically done there before it gets here. You have to do the costing analysis, right? What is it gonna cost you to do it there? You're gonna have less availability for space inside the container if it's palletized, right? If you floor load a container, there's more room. So you have to give the instruction to the supplier and to the forwarder, how much is gonna fit and how are they gonna do it. This is your responsibility as an importer, but also as a freight forwarder. You're gonna have clients come to you and ask the best way to move this. Can you tell me the best way to move it? Okay. So you do all the calculations, you figure it out, and you say, this is what it's gonna get costed, landed cost. Then there's gonna have warehousing, transfer costs, repalletizing, labeling, delivery to Amazon, Target, Walmart, whatever it is. Okay, so, yeah. How do we get this service to stick? Now, we've done the prospecting, right? We're out there using our tools, our import genius to find customers. We're adding them to our operational database. How do we get this to stick? How much effort did it take? As you're a freight forwarder, you got limited resources. We operate on the thinnest margins,
Right.
right? You need those customers to stick. How do you make them stick? Well, this is what we add. We add the technology, right? So I mentioned all those systems. Well, importers and exporters have ERP systems. They're using their database. So make sure the system that you have has the capabilities of doing EDI and building APIs. So that is the interface that we have between our systems and their systems. Most of these packaged systems, CargoWise, Magaya, whatever, they're not designed to do that, but they have the ability to be open to receiving and sending data. It's up to you as the forwarder. Again, this is the technology that you provide as a forwarder. Yes, you ship boxes, but you're also a technology company. You're a marketing company, right? Trade consulting. How can you do things more effectively? Now, you can also connect them with the custom broker, but don't give the customs advice, right? Unless you're a licensed broker. So you can give them a heads up. I do with my customers. Hey, you're bringing in aluminum, steel, copper products. Guess what? We need to make sure that we're looking at those invoices and we're classifying them properly. Let's get on the phone with the licensed broker and have that conversation. Start the conversation. As a forwarder, we've saved importers hundreds of thousands of dollars by reviewing their imports with their other brokers, everything that they've done. You go back the last 5 years, review everything they're doing. Have they done things properly? Are they importing and classifying things properly? So make sure that you can provide those additional services on trade consulting. Consolidation services. So we talked about LTL and truckload. Well, the same thing on ocean. If you're marketing to companies that you find on Import Genius or peers, they may only have a couple cubic meters at a time. They can't take a full container. So how are you going to consolidate their freight? Now, consolidation may sound easy, but if you build a consolidation with a forwarder who you are not familiar with or who is taking freight from people we don't know. So Max, if you contract with an agent in Shenzhen and they build a container and they put in customers who are not CTPAT certified, but your customer is, have you ever had an experience with what happens when the container gets to the US?
Well, I don't know about the CTPAT situation, but I had experience that it was just regular like toys and stuff, and then it was consolidated with like some ammunition.
Okay then.
Some ammunition.
Oh.
So it went to like all the trouble, and then I think yeah, basically our customers just give up the goods and then they just pay it. Yeah, because it was like stuck for 5 months and then they found out they didn't have a license or something.
5 months. Holy smokes. And
You're
well,
saying that people purchase inventory for 5 months?
well,
No.
There was
Oh,
a,
they holding it for
Yeah,
5 months?
yeah.
Oh,
so
geez.
by that time, your customer doesn't want the product,
No.
right?
No.
And there's storage and there's exam fees and
Oh,
there's,
God, no,
you have to
that's
pay
too
for all of
much.
that, right?
Oh, I mean, the Asian people.
Well,
white people.
But that happens, and then it's like, well, whose fault is it? Now, sometimes the container will go on customs hold and there'll be an exam, and then everybody has to pay for what that exam was for. But what if your customer was not the one that they were looking at? They still got the delay and still got extra fees, because they had to pull the container and take it to the exam site, right? So when you're talking about consolidation services, how do you ensure that your customers' consolidated cargo, your LCL cargo, is not gonna get into one of those containers with some ammunition, right? Because that can be a disaster. So that is, again, another service offering that you can say, yes, we have regular consolidations out of Shenzhen. They're all CT-TAC shippers, we have an agreement, it's regular weekly services. Again, additional sticky services, and sometimes, customers will pay more. Say, pay another $20 per cubic meter. You've got 10 cubic meters, that's $200. To ensure that you're not gonna get stuck for 5 months with some rando shipment of,
So paying more money guarantees that it
No.
won't.
it won't be guaranteed.
Who doesn't?
Well, it can be, it's not gonna guarantee anything, but if you say this is a premium service that we offer because we screen everybody before they get loaded into the container, sometimes it's, because we do that, it's an additional cost. So you can upsell, right? It's an additional service, it's an additional cost. You might make an extra, $10, who knows? But it's not gonna guarantee anything. In our business as freight forwarders, don't ever use the word guarantee. Nothing is guaranteed, ever. Because there's too many things that can go wrong. Well, of course, insurance management, we talked about insurance, right? And what has to be provided to the clients. Maybe they need their own policy. If they're doing a lot of insurance, moving a lot of cargo, they may require their own open policy. Sell them an open policy, not sell them, but refer them to an open policy. Your insurance partner can write the policy. Now, here's the thing. When you provide insurance to your customers on your policy, when you're doing that additional extending the service, you're marking it up, you're making a few bucks. You can do the same thing with your insurance company even though you're referring them directly to your client, because that's a service that you're providing them, right? Freight audit. What is freight audit?
Just what it says. You getting your audit on your freight.
So let's take a look. What were you sold and what were you billed? There might be an opportunity to do a freight audit, review. Give me 6 months of your freight data. And I'll review it and I'll see if we can do better. Or if we find discrepancies. Is there a difference between what was quoted and what was billed? Sort that out. I'll take a commission. I'll take 10% of what we find. Make a few dollars. Plus, what does that do for you? You've been given data and information on that prospect's business.
That you can use.
Yeah. So now you can say, oh, now I know how much freight you're using or moving. I know zip codes you're going into. I know about all of the transportation that you're now moving. I will present a proposal to you. So there's opportunities there, right? And then liaison with a customs broker, right? Or multiple brokers. If you're a freight forwarder and you're not a customs broker, you can provide that support services like you were asking earlier. You can go to your freight forwarder and have them connect you to that broker and be the liaison in between.
It's always good to work with people that you have a referral and that you know a rapport with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay, freight pricing and compliance. We're going to talk about carrier rates and surcharges, buy, sell, and margin strategies, rate negotiation with carriers and consolidators, and then spot quoting and project management. All right, we're going to go back to the FMC for a minute here. So This is the FMC's, so when we're talking about pricing, we're talking about, quoting customers and putting contracts in place. We have to, if we're moving ocean freight, we have to comply with the FMC's regulations. And the FMC defines the negotiated rate arrangement as a written and binding arrangement between the shipper and the NVO, provide specific transportation. And then it gets into rate, rules, tariff, and our shipper affiliate. So it gets into the definitions, but this is all through that link that I provided earlier to the FMC page that says this is how rating is structured. Now, when you're quoting, I put this in here just because you need to have it. What does that mean? What are all of these like little rules that require for the tariff, the rules tariff, negotiated rates, notices, how much in advance do you have to give for notices, the record keeping and auditing? Because like I said, if you get an FMC audit, they're going to want to see everything, all the paperwork. So have a digital system, right? Another reason for having a very high-tech system that will store your documents attached to shipments. You can compare quotes to invoices, commercial documents. You have to have record of when the shipment was picked up. Like I said, I've gone through the audit. They said, when did you quote it? When did the cargo get picked up? When did it get put on board? When was it billed? Does the billing match? Is everything right on the billing? And they want to see that for 100 shipments. Sam.
So who are we saying should have a system? Everybody?
Freight forwarders. That's what this is, just for the freight forwarder.
What about me as a supplier and a
As-
manufacturer?
You're not subject to the FMC operating requirements.
Okay,
This is designed to protect you as the shipper,
okay.
right?
Mhm.
To make sure that you're being charged what you're being quoted.
Do I keep records too?
You should always keep records.
Okay.
Keep
And I
records.
should have some type of backlog that I can put my stuff into too, just as a reference.
In your ERP system.
ERP.
Yeah. So that way it's digital and accessible from anywhere at any time, right?
Okay, yes.
Now, as an NVO, here are your options for filing or for doing pricing. And this is what something we were talking about before as far as can people who are not NVOs move ocean freight and bill for ocean freight? That's a sticky situation, right? Because the FMC says you have to be a licensed NVO to bill. Because it can't be changed or marked up. You can't make money off of ocean freight. Your partner overseas can't make money off of ocean freight if that overseas partner is not also an NVOCC. So if you have a partner in Chile and they're not a registered FMC, NVOCC, you can't do a profit split. And they can't make money on ocean freight. Now, can they charge handling fees and whatever down there? That's fine on their end. But if they're not registered, they can't make money. So as an NVO, here are the options that if you are going to publish a tariff, you have 30-day notice requirement that can be amended, must be filed, and the filing is required prior to cargo receipt date. Now, you'll notice under that line, there's 3 lines. Because under all of these cases, those tariffs must be in place prior to cargo receipt. Again, designed to protect the shipper. So that before the forwarder gets their hands on it, or the NVO gets their hands on it, pricing is in place and committed, and it can't be changed. So the NSA is the sales agreement. And the NRA is the rate arrangement. So most companies have shifted to an NSA NRA model. It's easier. And it's cheaper. It's adaptable. It's more flexible. The tariff filing, now, you do have to file your rules tariff. You have to publish a rules tariff, no matter who you are. Has to be published. And however you are quoting your customers, the rules tariff has to be in place. And it basically says how your tariff works. So, yeah, this is a simplified chart, I think, that is really helpful. And for those who are not familiar with all of the rules and regulations, especially when you're dealing with your operations team and your sales team, who may not be, you know, you want everybody to know everything, but, you know, training your sales team on FMC regulations may not be like the most, you know, easy thing to do and to get them to pay attention. But knowing that here we have a simple chart, follow these rules. And your operations team, your sales team, customer service team knows that this has to be in place. You can put a red flag up if a shipment is received and there's no NRA in place or no NSA in place. Then we have a red flag, right? Okay. So that's just kind of a summary of what we just did. An NRA could be good with a timestamp period. The rate is good for 30 days. Once we quote it. If we don't put a timestamp on it, how long is it good for? It's unlimited, right? You need some timestamps on it. Put an expiration date on it. Yes.
So the rates need to be published, being published on your website or any type of format that has to be done?
So, yeah, so for example, we contract with a service that publishes our rules tariff. And so if you wanted to go look at our rules tariff, you would go to the website that is linked. I think it's linked on our website. And it goes to their website, to log in, to get access, to review the rules tariff. Now, if you look back at, and it's not as common anymore, if you look at this chart, the NSA and NRAs are confidential. So they're not open to the public. So you can't go and look at what my pricing is with my customer if I'm doing an NRA. Now, if I'm publishing a tariff in my rules that says, okay, our container rate from Hong Kong to LA is $20,000 a container. Yeah, you're like, what? That's my published rate. Remember we were talking about earlier, published rate versus your discounted rate, your agreed rate. With the carriers, how do you do that? This is your way of having a published rate that's $20,000 per container. And then you have a confidential agreement between you and a specific client for a specific product in a specific time frame at that rate. So it's like when you go to UPS and you get your discounted tariff. Says it's good for the next year. This is the rate. This is how we're going to move your car. And nobody else sees it, right? That's your agreement with UPS. But anybody can go to the UPS site and get the published rate. Okay,
I had a question about the slide that you had moved back.
okay, which one? This one?
Yes.
Okay.
So every time I come to my freight forward and do a transaction, I have to make sure I have a 30-day pricing agreement for every transaction that we do when I.
If you're
Come
shipping
to-
ocean freight, if you're shipping ocean freight and you have an agreement and pricing in place, it could be 30-day, it could be 10-day, it could be 90-day, it could be a year. But there's a time stamped on that agreement. So this is the example of saying, well, it's a 30-day agreement. So this pricing is in place from September 1st to October 1st,
Oh.
right?
So do I do an agreement in air too, for air?
No.
No.
Air is different.
Oh.
It's unregulated.
Oh,
Air freight's not like ocean freight.
Oh.
It can change, it changes by the minute.
that's good to know.
Yeah, it is, yes. Okay. So on the ocean rate, there are some additional charges that you see as common. BAF is the fuel surcharge. Bunker fuel. CAF is a currency adjustment factor. FSC. Additional surcharges, usually, let's see, terminal handling charge, THC. There will be some additional fees, and the reason that they do that, why do we see these? And there's a fork here, because it's like a menu. I was like, all right, that sounds good. What do you want to go with it? They will change, the challenge is that if it comes through the system of publishing a full tariff, right? You publish a tariff, what happens if the fuel charge changes? Then you have to republish everything. So what you do is you set up rules for fuel, rules for bunker, rules for, handling, rules for all of these different surcharges so that you can leave those in place and fluctuate the rate. You can leave the rate in place and fluctuate the other charges. 20 years ago, I think it was, they came up with Pier Pass in LA Long Beach. It's a fee that's charged by the terminals in order to operate 24 hours a day. So everybody agreed that they're going to pay these different fees for accessing the terminals so that they're not just easy to find.
There's still one sort of.
But it's a lot better than it used to be. I remember it's like, oh my God, it's 4 o'clock and the terminals are closing. It's like, yeah,
That's worse.
yeah. Could you imagine if the ports were only open
For like 8 hours.
for 8 hours?
That's insane.
Not even 8 hours. Because there's lunch breaks, there's breaks,
I think they clock out like midnight, 2 a.m. depending. Like if it's a long weekend, they're all out, like Saturday, Sunday. They close early on Friday.
yeah. I think I delivered a shipment like in the middle of the night to one of the terminals in LA. And nobody else could be, it was an item that had an explosive in it,
In the middle of the
Yeah.
night.
which did in the middle of the night. Dark ops.
So you wouldn't go to a regular airport, you would go to over there on Imperial where the cargo is.
So for delivering air freight,
Yes.
yes, all the cargo terminals are around on that side.
Oh,
So
yeah.
even though the passenger terminals are in one location, they bring all of the cargo off of those passenger flights
Mhm.
into the cargo terminals.
Mhm.
And they bring the cargo planes that are like FedEx and Atlas and all of these other carriers directly into those terminals. Or if, say, China Airlines has their own freighter, it comes into the China Airlines terminal or Korean Airlines terminal. Okay. All right. Contract versus spot pricing. And this kind of goes for air and ocean, but this is mostly for air, or excuse me, ocean. Contract long-term pricing or short-term pricing. That spot pricing on the NRA is where you negotiate a specific rate with the carrier. Because with the fluctuation in the market, with the containers right now, or the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's been up and down.
Yeah, has been that you can't possibly put a contract in place for a year. I have customers who ask me for a year-long contract. Well, we saw what happened in 22, 21, 23, up and down and crazy. Went from $2,000 to $20,000. If you had had a year-long contract in place for $2,000 a container, you were doing good. If you signed a contract at $20,000 a container, and what happened to the market? Took a dive, right? Back down to 2. Could you imagine paying 10 times the amount of freight that you were, because you had a contract in place? Now, a contract requires 2 things. There's 2 things in the contract. There's the price and the volume. You're only going to get a contract if you promise volume. So when you sign that contract, you say, I'm shipping 1,000 containers at this price. I have a year to do it, or 6 months, or whatever the term of the contract.
And if you don't,
you're still responsible for those containers. So if you sign a contract for 1,000 containers and the bottom drops out of the market, if you signed it at 20,000 times 1,000 containers, how much is that contract for? $20 million. If you don't fulfill that agreement, you have to pay a fee for every container that you don't ship. Now, if it's $200, for example, and you didn't ship 1,000 containers, that would be 200,000. So your commitment on the contract was $20 million worth of revenue for the steamship line. Their out clause is that you still have to pay 200,000 for whatever you don't use.
But do you have to make that type of agreement?
we're on a good rate at the time.
Oh. a
Yeah,
good rate.
this is getting your contract, which is the competitive pricing, right?
So give me an example of a business that would be using something like that. Would that be like Costco's, cause they don't buy 1 box, they buy.
Oh, yeah,
pallets?
yeah, and so for the freight forwarder, it's about how many, what your customers are committing to, right? And you're reselling. So you're gonna buy as a freight forwarder, you wanna buy, at 18,000 and sell at 20,000. So you go to the steamship line, well, let's say now in a realistic market, you tell the steamship line, I need a contract for 1,000 containers at $1,800 a container. And then as the freight forwarder, you turn around and sell those as the NVO at $2,000 a container. So you're making $200 a container, but your agreement is for the space, for the amount, 1,000 containers. So when you book that cargo, the steamship line, as part of their contract, is obligated to give you the space.
If they don't,
But what kind
They're
of,
basically nullifying the agreement if they're not giving you the space, right? It's a contract. A contract is a written agreement between your 2 parties. You give me space, I give you rate,
but what kind of company and what kind of products would want that much space like that? You
Oh.
have to maybe have a government contract? or
No,
something?
there's lots of companies that move that much cargo. You had to think of it, how many containers move through the port of LA every year? Is that like 8 million containers?
well, it's about 100,000 a week, so times 4.
What?
400,000 times 12.
Some shit, well,
5 million.
2 weeks, that's 5 million containers, yeah. And then you have the Port of LA and Long Beach, and then there's New York and Miami and Savannah and all of those ports, right? There's millions of containers moving around. So it's not uncommon to have a contract for 1,000 containers. It's pretty easy. The partners that we work with in Asia usually have a half a million container volumes.
Wow.
And that's why we work with them. Because they have a large volume,
So
which allows them to give a good price, which allows us to sell a bit.
So can we consider Amazon to be something like that too?
You're a seller on Amazon,
Or like an e-commerce?
yeah, e-commerce person.
Yeah,
Oh,
Amazon has their own container.
yeah. Amazon is competing with forwarders.
They taking a.
I remember when my guys, my manager in LA said, Amazon is here. I'm like, what do you mean Amazon is here? I'm like, truck? You're an Amazon truck? No. Their Amazon people were at our warehouse
Wow.
with a client,
Oh,
and they wanted to see our warehouse. They wanted to come in and review and see, yeah. Like, why?
Because
We're
they need
tiny,
space.
we're not Amazon.
They
No,
need a space.
no, they're just,
Systems. Studies.
yeah, corporate espionage, I don't know. Intelligence, exactly. What are the little guys doing compared to Amazon? Because almost everybody deals with Amazon at some point, right?
Yeah.
So as we're selling and we're putting these agreements in place, how do we manage our profitability as a freight forwarder, right? Margins are critical. It's expensive. You're the middleman, right? You float money all over the place. You're a bank. You're a bank. You're a bank. And so you really have to think of money as a cost. If you're not, your money has to move. You have to look at your cash flow every day, and you have to look at your cost of money. So looking at your receivables and your payables, and you have to keep those things in line because you're operating on thin margins. If you're in the freight forwarding business and you have a net operating income of over 5%, you're doing awesome. Saw a report a few years ago from one of the large banks here in Southern California, and they did a survey of all of the freight forwarding businesses that they're part of. And they used that data to compile reports. And there are a lot of freight forwarders who are operating at 1, 2, 3%. Very small. So if you're a $20 million freight forwarding company and you're operating at a 2% net operating income, what is that?
2 million? 20 million?
So if you're
2%?
20 million and you're at 2%.
That's 200 grand
No,
or 2 million?
400.
Oh, 400, sorry. Okay, 100, okay.
So think of how, I would just do this with my finance students at the beginning of the semester. If you put your money into a regular investment account, what's your rate of return on average over the lifetime of the account? 8%. Because it doubles every 8 years, 8% investment, kind of the rule of thumb for long-term investment portfolios. So if you took $20 million and you put it in the bank and you earned 8%, it's 1.6 million, right? If you did all that work and you earned 200,000. Or you could have gone on vacation and spent your time at the beach, put your $20 million in the bank and, gotten $1.6 million in interest over it. right?
Yeah.
So your cost of money, think of the cost of money. Think of how you're using money management. So look at the modality of who you're working with. Ocean freight, air freight, import, export, domestic. Customs. Customs is usually a flat fee. You might make $20 per entry. You better be doing a lot of entries, right? Flat fee. And where can you do that? Where can you make money? So if you're working in ocean freight and you're doing large volumes, your ocean contracts are going to determine how profitable you are, right? Because everybody in the market, every importer and exporter, is knocking on every freight forwarder's door. What's your rate? Or what's your rate? What's your rate? That's why I keep saying you need to have the value added. So they're not shopping for every dime. My customers still shop for every dime. Drives me nuts.
That's because things can add up and they get expensive towards the end of the year.
Business is expensive.
Yes, it is.
So, your flat fees are usually, associated with, ocean freight on per container or per cubic meter, or for customs brokerage. Percent markup can be based on, is more for transportation like trucking. You're going to make a 20% margin or a 10% margin or a 30% margin. And it's going to fluctuate based on your cost. So if you're selling LTL, less than truckload, and you're moving it up on margin, it's going to change for every shipment, right? Zip code to zip code, commodity, classification, NMFC number, value, insurance, the whole thing. It's going to fluctuate. And you need to figure out how to manage that. And a margin management is much easier, right? Not a per shipment. So you may set a target for your margin. And you may end up, as a freight forwarder, saying, hey, I don't want to move ocean freight. We had a client at one point back on the East Coast who used us here in LA as a transload and distribution facility. They would never give us ocean freight. And then I learned about their pricing. I said, let me see the next bid you put out. And I looked at their ocean pricing. We made more in 1 month doing warehousing and transloading than you would make in an entire year of handling ocean freight. So I said, that's okay. Keep your ocean freight. That's fine. I looked at that as such a low margin that it wasn't worth the effort and time to be under that kind of pressure, right? Because you've got to get there's a lot of trade show stuff, there's a lot of, deadlines, there's lots of pressure to get it out of production into the Port of LA. The money was actually in the warehouse and distribution. So that's something you have to look at where are you going to put your efforts and how much money and what kind of return on your investment are you going to get, right? So when we're looking at margin management for freight orders, you have to look at the different services you're providing and the return on those services. Sometimes you're going to get great across the board. Sometimes it's not going to be, worth your time. And you may not either choose not to take it, or you may fire a customer. How many of you have ever fired a customer? Right? You're like, oh, sorry, it's not worth it. Go away.
Yeah, for sure.
You try to be nice about it in most cases, and they understand. But sometimes You just gotta fire
So are you saying that freight forwarders don't have to always be in cargo? They can be freight forwarders for air, freight forward for rail?
them. Yeah, it can be, across the board. So you can be a drayage carrier in the port. That could be your focus. You're pulling containers and delivering containers. If that's what you're good at, that's where your forte is.
That's only at the airport.
If you're at the airport,
They pull stuff like that. They pull
Pardon?
them.
What was it, box trucks?
Yeah, they pull them. On the, with the little cart. They got little silver things behind them.
oh, the air containers,
Mhm.
okay, yeah. So those are airline owned, all right? And they use those for ease and convenience of loading the aircraft.
Mhm.
Or you can actually move them if you're loading them yourselves.
Mhm.
All right,
So
so,
that's what you're saying, right? That you can be that type of thing?
well, for air freight, you can focus on moving air freight. Whether it's containerized or not, it can be loose cargo or containerized cargo.
Okay,
All right, what time are we at? Did we,
we're at 1:57.
okay. Let's get through this real quick and then we'll take a break. Is that okay, Sandra? Okay. Space allocation. I think this goes back to talking about ocean freight and the contracts. Getting an allocation for your client is part of the contract, right?
Yeah.
If your customer's telling you, we're gonna have, 100 containers this year, you're gonna put that into your contract so that you can get the space allocated ahead of time. It does the same thing on air freight. You talk to your client about how much business they're gonna be moving into a certain market. You may approach an airline to give you a weekly allocation, saying, every week, I'm gonna show up on Wednesday with 2 tons of air freight. And it's not necessarily about a better price, but it's about the space. Hopefully you get a better price, but it's about the space, because on air freight, you're paying a premium for what? For movement, for priority. It's gotta get there. Nothing worse than giving a carrier your air freight and it sits on the ground for a week. This is kind of a little bit of a backflow. We talked about ocean freight, decision-making, full container versus less than container. Sometimes moving a full container is more cost-effective than moving less than container. Max, when would that be?
Sorry, say the question again.
Moving your freight as a full container
Yeah.
versus less than container. At what point would you make a decision to do it as a full container?
Maybe you have you can use half of the container maybe.
Okay, so more than half of a container,
Yeah.
right? And because if you're using more than half a container, you're probably breaking even at that point for the cost of the movement, right? Maybe 2/3. But what else does it do to move as a full container? Remember, we talked about that. If we're not consolidating, we don't have to worry about co-loading, right? Which means we may not have issues for security, right? Or customs exam issues. There's nobody else in the container. It's your stuff. Also, if it's a consolidated container, when it gets to destination, by definition, a consolidated container needs to be what? Deconsolidated or devanned. So that container needs to be devanned. There's additional costs, right, at the terminal, destination terminal, and there's waiting time at a CFS warehouse. Sometimes it's just easier, quicker, safer, more secure to move as a full container. Yes,
What is the cost difference between a full container and a half?
a full container and a less than container.
Yeah,
It varies. But usually what happens is at about just over half a container to 2/3 of a container, you hit a break-even point as far as the cost of the container. So you can sell a container basically for the same price as less than container. But then you get all the benefits of moving a full container versus less than container, which ultimately in the end is more efficient and more cost effective. So sometimes we encourage, and this is where you're collaborating with your importer or exporter, you're collaborating with them on what is the most effective way to do it. So we would call exporters sometimes our clients who had cargo that they wanted to load into a container and tell them, hey, we know you've got more product on order. How critical is it to make that vessel sail? Because we can wait until next week or midweek sailing or whatever the case may be, get that other product and put it into this container.
That makes sense.
Stuff as much as you can.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we have a client that's up here in LA that does that quite often. They have the standard order for the customer that's going in a particular order, but they also have a contingency list from the client. And the client says, if you have room, add this. So when we're loading the container, because this is always a great thing. When the container gets loaded, the pieces, weight, dimensions, everything changes. The value changes, the commercial invoice changes, the packing list changes, SLI changes. So you don't get any of those documents until they lock the doors on the container. Because they're going to put as much product in there as they can. It lowers the cost per item.
So I didn't realize that when you're moving by freight, when you put your stuff in a container, you own that whole container.
Yeah, well, yeah, in a sense, yes, you do.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You don't physically own the container.
I
but
mean,
you-
but
Yeah,
you're renting the whole space.
Yes.
Instead of just,
That's yours. You
half
lock
of
the
it.
door on it.
I thought you rent half of the space, not all of it.
No, it's,
That's interesting.
you get everything. It's all yours.
Mm.
More secure.
Mhm.
Okay, some of the decision-making things that we need to think about on air freight, whether it's known or unknown. Talked earlier about the security issues. So who are you gonna call to move the freight? You know, Korean Airlines, Air France, British Airways. Depends. If you're going to Europe and you have unknown cargo, meaning that the shipper is not known to TSA, is not known to security, is not pre-cleared in advance, you probably cannot put it on British Airways because they don't have cargo aircraft. You have to find somebody who's going to move it on a cargo aircraft. So as the forwarder, the expert, you need to be able to advise your client. Right? That's why having these conversations in advance is important, because if somebody knocks on your door at the last minute and says, I want to ship this to Europe, and you say, oh yeah, sure, no problem. We move consolidations to London every day. Awesome. Your air freight team is going to kill you, because when that freight shows up and they're an unknown cargo and your consolidation goes on British Airways, you can't put that freight on that plane. You're stuck. Considerations, think about. You have to know in advance. Your team has to communicate this, right? Get that authorization from your operations team before you commit to the customer that you can move it. Are we moving priority or deferred, especially out of Asia? You can move air freight from Shenzhen to Los Angeles every day, but if your timeline allows you to have some flexibility, you may be able to lower your cost by 10 cents a kilo if you wait a day or two. Yeah, it's critical, but it's not that critical. Always ask your customer, what's your in-hand date? When do you need it into your facility? or at the site, or who it's going to, right? If you have that information, it helps you to work with your customer to lower the cost.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you saying that I can put freight on a passenger plane?
All passenger planes have freight.
Like, not luggage, but my product?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
All that space underneath,
Mhm.
they're making money on it.
Okay.
It doesn't go empty.
So I still have to go through over there of Imperial Cargo, I mean, the cargo side.
If
And
you're
then
a
they
freight, if you're
drive
a
it
freight
over.
forwarder, yes,
Then they drive it over to the plane.
yes.
I
Yeah.
see.
Nobody goes directly to the plane,
Yeah.
not anymore.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Okay. I think, making sure that you, notify clients on any kind of disruptions, and any unknowns is, part of your responsibility because clients are committing to their customers on time commitments, right? So, again, that's part of your responsibility and a value add. Making sure that they know.
Mhm.
All right. 15-minute break. Questions? Yes.
Question.
Thanks.
I think there was a lawsuit between the shipper and the ocean freight during the pandemic.
All right, welcome back, everybody, for the wrap-up section, part 4 of our day. We're gonna get into a couple of different areas here, including starting off with the trucking and drayage operations for freight forwarders, looking at the different components of it and how this is under sort of the separate license than the international part of it. This is more under the DOT FMCSA registration and different bond, different license. So this is another portion of your freight forwarding business that we need to look at and how it works and some of the different challenges that we have at the ports, at the airports. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. You'll call a trucking company and say, hey, it's got to pick up at a warehouse. And they're like, we don't pick up there. Well, why not? Well, they may be an LTL carrier and they don't pick up at a CFS warehouse where they're sitting in line waiting for freight that's coming out of customs clearance. And the wait times may be, an hour or 2 hours. They can't afford to have their drivers at that location. Some ports are different depending on the time of year. Sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's busy. LA may be great. New York may be a problem, but you kind of have to play off what's happening at those ports at different times. I have conversations with my manager in New York, and sometimes he's like, I can't get anybody to go into the CFS station in New Jersey because the lines are so long, the wait times are so long. So we're having challenges. We're routing freight differently for our clients if they're not in the local New York area. So those are things that you need to, as a freight forwarder, have an awareness of so that you can advise your clients because they're thinking, what's wrong with New York? What's wrong with LA? What's wrong with Savannah, right? We had some problems during the pandemic when a lot of freight, since LA was so backed up, a lot of freight moved into Texas. So Texas said, yeah, come on to Houston, we can handle your business. And then all of a sudden Houston was not able to handle certain ships that were coming into their ports because they didn't have the customs facility, et cetera, to manage those containers at that location. And nobody really thought about it in advance and everybody's scrambling to make things happen. So understanding that and being able to convey those challenges to your clients is part of what you have to do as a board. You have to be able to tell them, yeah, you're gonna get a cheaper rate into New Orleans, but here's the problem in New Orleans, right? You may have the challenge may be different in New Orleans for trucking, LTL, or freight. So these are the types of things that we need to look at on the domestic side. Okay, so what are we looking at as far as full container, short haul, and long haul? Now, it's usually not a problem doing local deliveries within, I don't know, 200 miles of a port or a container. You can get the container pulled, offloaded, and returned to the port same day, next day, right? And depending on who the client is and the facility they're at, but within a couple days, within the time of detention, right? And detention is how long the importer keeps the container, right? If it goes beyond the time limit that they're allotted and they're holding onto the container, they have to pay a charge per day, per diem, on that container as like a rental fee. So looking at what you can do and how far you're going to go with those containers at what port, if you have a client loading in Fresno, where do you pull the container from?
Either in Northern Cal, Oakland, or Long Beach.
Right. So, because Fresno is in the middle, right? It's 4 hours from LA or 6, depending on traffic. And then to the port of Oakland. So you have to have those considerations. We have containers coming out of Lake Havasu.
There's a.
Yeah. Right. So, but that's like, you gotta pull it the day in advance in order to get it out there for loading in the morning, loading the container, driving back, meeting a cutoff during the time of day. What about beyond that? What if you have a container, and I mentioned this earlier, what if you have a long haul for a full container? What if your container needs to be in Cleveland? And it's currently at the port of LA. Can you drive it to Cleveland?
You could, but.
You can, but yes, it's very expensive, right?
And you have to return the container.
You can't return the container in Cleveland, can you? You have to bring it back to LA.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh,
a backhaul that, I don't know, maybe you get some freight in there, bring it back. But chances are it's gonna be empty. Your driver's coming back empty. So figuring out where and how you can move the cargo locally or long haul, right, for your customer. Security considerations, TWIC versus TSA. So any driver going into the airport has to have clearance for TSA. Now, that authorization can either be one of two ways, through the TSA system or through the port system, which is the TWIC part. So the customs allows either way, but you can't go into the port with a TSA. You have to have the TWIC.
No.
Yeah. So overlapping, but not really overlapping. Making sure that, you have that. Also, if you are delivering to an airport and it has to go onto the airport tarmac or behind the gate, that's an entirely different clearance. Okay, so we do a lot of deliveries domestically on airport facilities. You have to make sure that the carrier that you're using has a driver, even if the carrier is a regular carrier that delivers, if that driver is not licensed, doesn't have the clearance to go onto the tarmac area of the airport, you need to make sure that that driver is on that day and can go do that. Otherwise, cargo waits, right? So thinking about security considerations for those drivers getting into terminals or onto airport facilities. making sure that you're paying the fees. Now, you would think that the forwarder is responsible for getting all the fees paid for getting a container, right? Sometimes that's not always the case. If you're a trucker and you're tired of calling the forwarder and asking them to pay Pier Pass, what might you do?
Pays the Pier Pass directly and invoice.
Exactly, right? There's no rule as far as who has to pay it, right?
Exactly.
So a Pier Pass fee is, you know, like I said earlier, it's the fee here in Los Angeles that is added when you're going in and out of the port during the day. Do you have to pay it at night?
You can pay at any time as long as before you pick it up,
Yeah, what-
before you make an appointment.
Yeah, so does every container get billed for Pier Pass?
Every 20 TEU.
Right.
So it becomes a 40 TEU, which is one full container, is $93.
Okay.
They just increased it.
Increase, I know.
Yeah,
Again,
6%.
it keeps going up. So, so there are fees for the containers in and out, and the truckers can do that. And it allows you to make sure your drayage carriers, so your carriers who are licensed to go into the port, are going to be able to pay those fees on your behalf. Especially if you set up an agreement and have them do it. You send them the information on the pickup, they go in the system, they claim the container and get it paid. It facilitates the process. You gotta make sure that the customer is billed for it.
So how does a trucking company look now within the next 5 years when they're AI driven with no driver? Automatic truck.
Um,
So how?
well, I don't know. I don't know what that's gonna look like. I
They
don't
testing it
know.
now.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I mean, the payment of fees and accessibility is gonna happen no matter what, whether it's an actual driver or an automated truck.
Yes.
So I don't think it's gonna affect it other than, things will be automated. You won't have a driver behind the wheel.
Oh,
But there'll be a company that has those drivers on electric trucks that you will just use their services.
Yeah, how much are electric trucks going for these days?
250 grand, but the LA is giving grants for 150 grand.
$250,000 for a truck.
Grants.
Okay,
You're in luck.
Yeah.
in your business model, think about this.
okay.
How much do you charge for a local container pull, or how much is a local container pull on average?
To Compton,
Say, from LA, from the port to Compton,
just the drayage price, 350.
$350. Okay, so how many containers do you have to pull to get your investment back off of a $250,000 electric
I
truck?
gotta ask my CFO. You guys already know I'm not good at percentages.
So you gotta pull a lot of containers with that electric truck in order to pay for the cost of that electric truck. Now, a self-driving electric truck, I don't know,
Yeah.
$1 million, whatever, I can't imagine what it's gonna cost. At $350 a container, people are complaining that $350 a container is too much money.
Not including accessory.
Yeah. Cause there's Pier Pass.
Your pass, chassis.
Chassis.
Tension.
Yes, there's lots of additional fees on those charges. So really, people ask, well, are you going to buy your own trucks as a freight forwarder? Do you want to have your
That
own
sounds good.
vehicle? Yes, let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna need, what, 3-4 trucks in order to make it viable for my clients, because I'm moving at least that many containers a day into my facility. So $1 million plus insurance.
Yeah,
The self-driving trucks can drive all night, but a human can't.
but what about charging?
They make them stop after
these
so many
robots?
hours.
I know, well, that's in the future.
Oh,
We're talking for the next 5 years. I'm
That's what
kind
I'm
of like,
Putting us on a job.
nothing's gonna happen and change. We got people still moving stuff. I don't think we're gonna have, we've been talking about self-driving cars for a long time. It will happen, but at this point, we're still dealing with people,
Oh.
right? Yes, there are some long hauls, there's what, you know, I was up on a mountain road and I saw a Tesla truck up there and I thought to myself, it was hauling Fritos.
Oh,
They got money.
oh, wow.
Huh,
Come on,
Fritos.
come
But
on.
no wonder. How much do Fritos weigh?
Okay.
A $1.05.
It's a truck full of potato chips,
Mhm.
extremely lightweight. You can actually move, yeah, because part of the challenge is the electric charge on heavy cargo, moving distances and, you know.
Mhm.
So, you know, it was a very lightweight load, these potato chips. It's like, you know, shipping popcorn. They weren't shipping heavy stuff, so you can get much more range out of those. All right, so things to look at when you're coordinating with the terminals. You know, does your pickup align with the port rules and hours, right? So yes, LA has expanded times, but is it really 24 hours? Not really. There are limits. And what days are they not working? They're Sunday and
Holidays.
holidays and Bloody Thursday. Yeah.
Black Friday.
Taco Tuesday.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, there's, you know, there's other things that happen that, you know, when the ports close for certain reasons, right? So there, you gotta be aware of when the terminals are not open. Setting up an appointment, all containers need to get appointments now, right? You can't just go get in line to get a container. You have to have an appointment. So here's your challenge. You have to schedule an appointment.
Yeah.
And you're waiting for customs clearance.
Okay.
And you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting. What do you do first? I think customs is gonna clear today. Do I make an appointment?
The terminal won't even let you make the appointment.
Right? Not until what?
The customs cleared and the BL is released.
Right, so you can't plan ahead, right? You can't say, I'm taking this spot because I know it's gonna clear today. You know, I always file, my normal routine is like 3 hours after I file, I get the automated release, I'm good. You can't do that, you can't schedule the appointment. Even though you know, because otherwise, guess what everybody would be doing?
Same thing.
Blocking appointments. So you gotta wait till customs clears. And then you can get in line on the appointments. When the terminals are busy, that can take a while. So you're gonna get customers, those darn importers or exporters, who are saying, hey, I just saw online my container's cleared. My shipment's cleared. Where is it? When's it gonna be here? So that's the next challenge. When can you make the appointment? What time is it gonna be? When is the container gonna be available? Sometimes you get an appointment at the end of the day, right? And hey, I'll bring the container out to you today. What is your customer gonna say? Close, we go home at 4:30. So they'll tell you to deliver it the next day. That's fine if it's a local.
Yeah.
Right, because they could take the container to a yard, hold it overnight and bring it out the next morning. What about a long distance delivery? If you're going to Fresno, what do? Do you drive it up to Fresno and then sit there at 3 a.m. and wait for their warehouse to open at 8? Or what do you do? Or do you wait for your driver to get in at 8 o'clock in the morning and then drive to Fresno and give them a tomorrow afternoon delivery? So those are the, you know, things to think about logistically and when they need their deliveries, what time. So some of the things you have to consider. All right. Any other thoughts before we go into the warehousing side on the drayage side? So you know that you gotta have drivers that are licensed, you have to schedule appointments, all the fees have to be paid, Peer Pass Any OBL and charges, still OBL and charges and customs clearance, have to be cleared in order to get the container, right? Okay. Okay, let's get into the warehouse and distribution part of it. Thinking of bonded facilities, cross-dock operations, inventory management systems, warehouse management systems. That's a terminology, you're gonna an WMS system. What does that mean? Export packing and palletizing and labeling. How do we do that? Are there limitations? Can you just use any pallet?
No.
Why
Mm-mm.
not?
Because they're different.
Different pallets, and guess what?
They hold different weight.
The plastic one is much heavier
Yeah.
than the wooden.
Plastic one is heavier than the wood one, but what about wood?
Oh, it can break, it can get wet, cause
Yeah.
mildew.
Got best in,
They have bugs,
Oh.
yeah. And you can't put wood products into a container without being heat treated, right? They gotta be stamped, certified pallets that are compliant with the export, and guess who has to do the documentation to certify that?
You do.
Yep. Okay,
What is it called when they spray the whole fumigation?
they fumigate it, yes.
Fumigate?
Fumigation can be, a problem,
Why?
because some places don't want the chemical fumigation, right? Or some products can't handle fumigation. Many years ago, I had a person on the team send a container to Australia, and they're like, oh, yeah, well, you know, it's masa, it's corn flour, right? We need to, and it's on pallets. We need to fumigate it, because that was an option. Guess what they did? They took it and fumigated it. So an entire container of organic masa was, had to be thrown away, had to be destroyed. Because they sprayed poison on top of food products. Just saying. That's why training is important, right?
Yeah, and you know what, being a manufacturer and a supplier, that means a lot to me because I'm losing money on that product. And then I have to file a claim in order to get my money back to redo the order.
Exactly. You don't,
Yes,
again,
ship it
people
back
don't
out.
want claims, they want their product,
Absolutely.
right? They want to, so things need to be done properly. Again,
Yes.
as a freight forwarder, you need to make sure that people are trained. So the person, I couldn't. Yes, I was upset, but I couldn't really blame them because they didn't think about it, they didn't really know.
Okay.
I'm like, it's fumigation, it's poison.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I spray bug spray around my kitchen, it's okay, well. Yeah, it's a different concept.
Well,
So. Those are things to consider. So warehouse operations, so bonded FTZs, I didn't put that up here, and 3PL operations. So bonded facilities, what's a bonded warehouse facility?
if I'm right, it's basically, it's a facility that's approved by the CPP, as being able to handle shipments, that's definitely in the United States yet. But warehouse is available for anyone who wants to do it.
Right. So a bonded facility is exactly what he said. It's a custom certified facility that you can put cargo in that has not entered the commerce of the United States. So you can bring in a container and not clear customs, empty that container in this type of warehouse, hold it there, and not pay duty or taxes or you know, any import until you bring it out of that bonded warehouse, until you bring it out of that facility. Once you bring it out of the facility, then you have to file entry. Right? So what do they use for? Well, when there are products that have high value, that might incur high tariffs, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, alcohol. Alcohol is expensive.
It is.
And the taxes and the tariffs on it are high. So if you're looking at cash flow, you may not want to bring in the entire 40-foot container in at once and clear customs, because that's a lot of money up front to be going out on a slower sale process, right? Because you're going out to retailers who are doing distribution of the product. That's a lot of money. So maybe you're bringing out a pallet at a time. And as you do that, you pay duties and taxes on that pallet. You take it out of bond and you clear customs. So a bonded facility is the type of facility that handles this. It's for shipments that have not cleared customs. So a regular 3PL warehouse, third-party logistics warehouse, is probably not bonded. So they can handle your shipments that have cleared customs. What do? Well, they handle the distribution for you on your behalf. So you can be an importer or an exporter and not have your own facility. You can rely on your partner, your freight forwarder, to do that. As a freight forwarder, you don't have to have your own facility either. As a freight forwarder, you can rely on somebody else, a third party, to do that warehousing for you.
Is a 3PL like a fulfillment center?
Yeah, it's like a fulfillment center.
Oh.
So you're working directly with the location that's going to hold the cargo and do the distribution, or receive the cargo, consolidate it for export, right? Or load the container, or pack it, or handle it, or do all of the other physical manipulation of cargo. Because a lot of times it needs to be, if you're bringing it in, it's going to be repalletized and reorganized, reset, labeled to go out to a distribution facility like we talked about earlier. And it has to fit those parameters, 72 inches high, 48 inches wide, facing what the lead box has to have this label on it and this marking on it so that our scanners can scan it. And all of the AI run robots who run our warehouse can manage this cargo because it's all the same. That's what they do. All right. So what does a WMS do? It's a warehouse management system. And that allows you to keep track of all of the cargo that's coming into the facility. Right? So it's linked up and usually linked up to your enterprise system. So your shipping software. So for example, CargoWise, the software that we're using for our freight forwarding, has a component that says we have warehousing as well. And built into that is the scanners, the physical ability to walk out or have your robots go out and scan and locate the cargo within the warehouse. That's what a warehouse management system does. And it interfaces with the importer or exporter's ERP system. If you're building, again, that value added and you're integrating, so now you become connected as a freight forwarder to your customer. Because they can visually see you're their hands and eyes in the warehouse. And the and your data systems are talking. So they put in an order, you see it as a freight forwarder, you pull it, and you ship it out. And they say, you made a mistake. And you say, well, here's your order. This is what we moved. We scanned the boxes, we certified it, signed off, it's gone. So it's funny what you find. Sometimes you find things like, when it came out of the factory in China, it had one label on the box and the product inside was not what was on the box. So then we have all sorts of problems, right? What's the problem with that?
Clear a different commodity.
You did clear a different commodity at a different price, at a different duty, at a different, yeah,
Oh.
okay, that's customs. That's a fraudulent entry. Then you have more panic and hyperventilation.
There's a case where someone brought in some, equipment for a trade show,
Uh-huh.
and the supplier thought it'd be a nice guy to put a bag of, food in there as well.
Oh, great, yeah.
He said, oh, great.
Thanks, yeah.
As
Because
a
like, oh,
gift,
really?
as a gift, I can, a gift
That's-
back.
Right, that's really helpful. Yeah, I know, things like that are crazy. I had a guy who was going to a trade show and were packing everything up. And one of the boxes came in that, you know, we weren't really looking at all of this stuff. And, so they loaded the plane and everything went out and it got to the destination in Europe. And this was many years ago. There were lots of restrictions on cotton wearing apparel. And they had put a box of t-shirts for the team. They were like doing the same thing. Oh, this is gonna be great. They got all their names on it. They're gonna be at the trade show. They're gonna be so cool. Yeah, well, cotton t-shirts made in China entering Europe had a quota. They're like, well, where's the certificate of origin on these cotton t-shirts? They came from China. Well, where's the certificate of origin? Of course, nobody had one. Because it had come out of a warehouse that had been cleared. The product was here in the US. And it was printed here in the US and they shipped it out for the trade show. So again, like they're being really nice and being really cool. Let's put something else in the shipment. Chaos, and chaos ensues. Okay. Cross-docking, what is that? That is, making sure that as we bring in the containers from China or wherever they're coming from, Chile or Turkey or wherever it is, they're coming in and we're either devanning and distributing. It never goes on the shelf. So cross-dock is when it never goes into the racking in a warehouse. It comes in, it's unloaded, and we go from here to here, and then from here, it goes out. So cross-docking operations is it doesn't stay. There's no storage. There's no long-term staying at the facility. Sometimes overnight, yeah, but that's what cross-docking is. Devanning is a term you're not familiar with, is emptying a container or entering a trailer. Usually cargo from the manufacturer is floor loaded, meaning that there are no pallets in the container when it comes in. And they do that because you get more space. So if they floor load a container at a factory in China and you pull it out, it's all on the ground. It goes floor to ceiling stack all the way wall to wall. You get as much product as you can. But you can't move it domestically once it's here that way. Because you have to be able to distribute it or move it to a distribution warehouse. You'll have to empty that container, cross-dock it, meaning it's coming in from the container. We're gonna put it on pallets. We're gonna shrink wrap it and label it. And then we're gonna take it and put it in the 53-foot trailer going out. And it'll just fit. So a 40-foot container coming in needs a 53-foot trailer going out. Because that's how much extra space you take up when you start palletizing cargo. It's amazing how things.
Fans.
Yeah. Why is it 40 and then 53? Well, because you need that much space. How old are 40-foot containers? When did they come into existence?
That's a good question.
Maurice, do you remember the first 40-foot container?
No,
How about the first 20-foot container? They're all about the same time. The reason I remember is because I'm as old as a container. So really, container movement didn't really start until the mid-60s, right? So before that, it was just pallets of stuff.
On a ship, like.
On a
you
ship.
just go on a ship.
Yeah, just like the old movies, like the banana boat, you know, they put a pallet of bananas and cover it with a tarp or whatever. They did.
1956, about people think
Was invented in 56, right?
56 to 35 foot container, and then 1960s was the 1961 ISO 20 foot and 40 foot containers.
Okay.
So you're right, 19.
Little older than I am, but yeah. But about the same, same age. And you think about how we did things before this? That's crazy, right? So the modern system of 40-foot containers, 20-foot containers, and 53-foot trucks, okay? Domestic trucks are 53 feet long in most cases.
48, 53,
48, 53. Well, you want a 53 to fit all the stuff that's in the 40.
more common, yeah.
Yeah. All right. And lastly, what I wanted to talk about in this process of figuring out how we're going to run our freight forwarding operation is our partnerships. Okay, so in addition to using our technology, now we've got a flat world of technology, right? Our partners around the world are using the same platforms. So regardless of language, technology is moving across borders and it communicates in the same manner. So even if you're a US based freight forwarder, you have the opportunity to be a global company. Because building those relationships with companies who are just like us, freight forwarders in other countries, is the way that we build the relationship. Now, going back to our Incoterms. Why is it important to, let's see, do I have the agent? Okay. So why is it important to have partnerships overseas? Well, if a customer of yours, if you have a relationship with a client, say you have a relationship with the shipping manager at an electronics company here in LA, and they are shipping their goods to Europe. But the sales department has decided that they're going to ship it Ex Works. That's the sales terms. Ex Works. That's the Incoterm. Your buddy's the shipping manager. But can your buddy give you the freight? No, because the terms are Ex Works. Who decides who the freight forwarder is?
Export.
The consumer.
The buyer.
Oh, buyer.
So the client, say they're shipping it to Turkey. Turkey's going through major industrial growth. They're buying a lot of stuff. So you're going to ship that container to Turkey, but the Turkish importer is the one that makes the decision on who the freight forwarder is. So you have no chance of handling that order. But if you have a partner in Turkey, then you can have a relationship with that company and say, listen, we have a relationship with the shipper. Here's the quantity. Here's the buyer's information. Go to your partner, tell them to go knock on the door and say, hey, we have a great relationship with your supplier. We would like to quote the transportation and provide you with that service. So you're working with your agent on routed business based on the Incoterm. So you're gonna build up your relationships both with the shipper, and now you're gonna build a relationship with your partner overseas, who's gonna build a relationship with the importer. And you're gonna build your global empire one step at a time, right? So that's the importance of having an agent network. There are existing agent networks, companies like the WCA or Co-op, and they are open to memberships. Some of them are closed memberships. They have a limited number of partners in each country. But what they do is they provide a platform by which you can communicate and work together. Also, sometimes they require a bond, sometimes a deposit. They've signed agreements. So when you're working with somebody overseas, one of the things that we talked about earlier was there's no legal entity to find that agreement. But if these agents are part of an agreed network, they're all working together and they've all agreed to work on these same terms and conditions. And sometimes the agent network will have a fund that will help mitigate any disputes or a bankruptcy or something that happens within the network, right? So if somebody doesn't pay you the fees that were due, and according to the terms of the contract they are due, sometimes that agency network will help step in and support that and have and go after the agent that defaults, right? Or they'll have a resolution dispute. So it helps their sort of an association management group. Think of them that way. It's a good way to start. A better way, not a better way, but just a more advanced way is do some networking yourself. Go online, search for agents in a destination that you need support in. So for example, you know, we needed support in Poland. There's a lot of stuff happening in Poland. We didn't have anybody there. We start asking around, who do you work with? Who do you work with? You get on a plane, you go to Poland. Back in the day, now everybody does it on Zoom. I like getting on a plane and going to meet people. It's more fun. Go to Poland, you meet people, you work out an agreement, and then you start building business together, right? You build a trust, you build a partnership, you have clients that you're working with. Sometimes it's easier to build those relationships based on your clients here and what they need. Performance. Making sure that within those agreements and that agent network, you have a standard operating procedure, right? Yes, we all know that's important internally in our own companies. We should have those. But when you're looking at having an agency agreement, you need to have those in place as well. Because your agent may have very specific instructions with their clients. And you don't want to disrupt that their relationship with their client by doing something outside of what they would request you to do. So now you're getting instructions from your partners, and you need to convey that to your operations team, such as don't fumigate the container full of corn. This is also especially important in complex relationships, such as countries like Brazil. The very specific requirements when you're shipping to Brazil to make sure that you're in compliance. And a lot of us will work with that agent to say, listen, we need to make sure everything is in order prior to the shipment moving. Copies of all documents, commercial documents, air bills, ocean bills, whatever it is. You send it over, make sure it's approved before anything is loaded. Because you want to make sure that all documentation is in order for customs at destination. You don't want any problems. Because if you get caught in, you know, Brazilian customs, it's like here, when you get caught in US customs and it's a nightmare of a container, 5 months later, you get your product. It's not one country more than another, but sometimes you just need to act as precautionary as possible. And having these things set up and built into your system. Now, the Incoterm also is important because what happens when you have 2 or 3 agents in a country? You're most likely going to have 3 or 4 or 5 or more agents in China. And you get an order for a customer, says, hey, ship this to China. Great. We know who these people are. And you take it and you ship it and you consign your bill to your partner, ABC company in China. And you get a nasty message from your other partner, XYZ in China, and said, why did you ship our customer's goods to ABC company? Right? Did you know? What did you know? How did you not know? And these are things that you have to build into the relationship as a forwarder to really think ahead, because that's really easy to do and it happens all the time. You didn't realize what agent was routing what cargo and which customer works with which agent. And you never want to screw up those relationships because then you're done. You lose business. Something else is just like general business that I throw in here. KPIs, because again, it's making sure that our processes are in order so that things happen. I just had an issue the other day. We scheduled we scheduled a delivery for a customer. They scheduled it on Wednesday. It was for a Friday delivery. People got busy. Nothing got put in the system. Data was never transmitted. Emails were never sent. The container showed up at the customer's facility on Friday morning, and there was nobody there to empty the container. Now, it was a random event. It doesn't happen very often, but that's just me saying, how do I know? If I have 2 people in my office, it's kind of easy to track that stuff. If I have 10 people in my office, if I have 20 people in my office, and we're all remote, if I have 30 people, we're remote in 3 countries, the problem gets bigger, right? We have to be able to maintain control. In an environment where we're doing a remote environment, maintaining that control through a KPI system, measuring the performance and measuring the exceptions to our standard is going to help us stay on top of those errors. Now, a delivery error, yeah, that's a customer service issue. But what about a customs filing error? We forgot to file the ISF, which is the import security filing. Uh-oh, that has a potential for a penalty. We forgot to file an AES export. We filed it late. That's a potential penalty, right? So when you start tracking it, that's could be regulatory violations. It's serious. If you have a regulatory violation, what do?
Cry.
You cry. Call your attorney. So there are things you can do, and part of that is to do a disclosure to the agency and say, listen, we found out we screwed up. Mea culpa, we did it. And say, here's the information, this is what we did, this is what we did to make it up. This is how we handled it. These are things we're going to do to improve it. And so you do the self-disclosure. And you say, please be merciful. You beg for mercy. And that's part of the process, right? And you hopefully, most of the time, the government agencies are like, yes, we appreciate it. Thank you for letting us know. Yes, you violated it. We're gonna do this, or we're gonna fine you, or we're gonna waive the fine. Hopefully, they waive it because it's self-disclosure, or they reduce it. The penalty is reduced. We're gonna charge you $100, fine, penalty, paperwork. Thank you for letting us know. Don't do this again. Because you've already told them what you're going to do to fix the problem, right? That's what they want. They want you to fix the problems. Every time I talk to a government representative at any of the agencies, they're not here to, their approach is, we're not here to punish you. We want you to do better. So if you're working with us, we appreciate that. Now, if it's something that's, drastic and dramatic, then yes, call a lawyer. But you have to be able to disclose when things go wrong, and having that relationship is important. Now, what if you get an audit and they find something? Why didn't you know? Why didn't you tell us? Here's your fine. Here's your penalty. We're taking your license away. So anyway, those are some critical issues and why they're important. All right. And last but not least, some additional resources to go to. Again, the National Customs Brokers and Freight Forwarders Association is a nationwide organization for all of us. There's a local organization as well, which is the LA Customs Brokers and Freight Forwarders Association. That was Kenneth this morning. And it's really important to have relationships with those organizations. If you're a freight forwarder, be part of it. Yeah, there are a bunch of competitors, but you know what? We learn from each other and we grow together. Sometimes we merge and grow together. Sometimes we, there's opportunity there to know who else is in our space. LA Air Cargo Association. So that is, they have regular meetings. You get to know the airlines, get to know the other forwarders, the local truckers. They're all part of that organization. Who else to turn to? SCORE, SBDCs, US Department of Commerce, for resources, for information, and support. Ports of LA and Long Beach. Yes, again, thank you to the Port of Los Angeles for supporting this and sponsoring our lunch today. And then community colleges and at CSUs in Cal States. Why? Education, 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 education. At Santa Ana College, we have an international business program. We do training for logistics, supply chain, international marketing, all sorts of things, right? So turn to El Camino, turn to Cal State Long Beach has an international business program. Educators, that's what we're here for. NASBITE, it's not on here. NASBITE International, the National Association of Small Business and International Trade Educators, NASBITE.org, NASBITE.org. They support training for overall proficiency in international trade. Import, export, marketing, sales, management, logistics, finance. You want to learn more about letters of credit and finance? Great training. And they have the certification, which is the CGBP, which is the standard for general knowledge of international trade. Let me see here. Okay. Last but not least.
Benito.
Thank you. Any questions?
Back to the KPI one.
Yes.
How can you track performance like for like missed deliveries or late pickups and all that with your team? And if you're doing it remotely as well.
Yeah, how would we do that for tracking late deliveries? So when and sometimes it may be a lagging measure, but having in your database your ETA, your estimated delivery time. So when you coordinate with your client, or if you're coordinating delivery at the airport or port, you put in your system the estimated delivery time, right? And then timestamp. I know. When did it get delivered? That's another column. And what you can do for the KPI when you run their data report is you take this column, compare it to this column, and then you set your parameter. Is it within an hour? If that's your window, that's great. If it's in 5 minutes, that's your window. But most of the time it's like within an hour or 2 hours. So you set that parameter and then you set the exception to that. So that on the report, when your little AI bot goes through and checks it all out, if something is more than 2 hours different in those two columns, it's the exception. We had 100 deliveries, one was late. Boom, 99% on time.
It's good.
Yeah. And depending on how sophisticated your systems are, you can get an email alert if something's
No,
delayed.
are you worried about like your people maybe changing those dates and?
You have to trust your people.
Yeah.
But yes, it can be concerning, but a lot of times, you know, what we do is we scan in documents. We scan documents.
Yeah. And
So-
just tell them.
Anything
Yeah.
in the chat?
And if they change it, you see the activity report.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So, and then, yeah, because if your customer calls you and says, no, 6 hours later, we didn't get it till the next day. Then we have an more challenging problem, because it's an integrity problem, it's an information support problem, those discussions. Because where's the copy? Well, there's the sign off time. Because anytime you deliver cargo, what do you have them do? Sign off, right? Transferring cargo requires a signature. Because it's transferring ownership. It's custody of that cargo. You don't give cargo to anybody without a signature. Right? You want to make sure you know who it was, what time it was, right? Who they work for, etc. I love it when you get a call or somebody sends you a message. You had a call from who? I don't know. She said it was important. It was about this shipment.
916 area code.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think I know who it was. Yeah. Or when they talk to somebody at a location. How many times have you had somebody call up or get a call, get the information, and you ask them like an hour later when you see it, who did you talk to?
I don't know.
I don't know. I called the number and somebody told me this is what it was. What was their name?
AI.
Yeah, right? It's really simple. Get a name, time, who did you call? Yeah. Nothing like calling up somewhere and say, we talked to somebody yesterday. There's 500 people that work at the company. Okay. So, yeah, those are the kinds of things on the KPIs that are really important. Like
Yeah, that's good to know.
date, time, who, you know.
Yeah.
Especially, we do that all the time with one of our clients. they're such a big organization that they receive cargo all the time and they don't know it. Because there's so many people working on the same projects. And unless that person was there at the time, they may not even know. Where's this shipment? We delivered it yesterday at 3:30 and Bob signed off on it. Okay, thanks. They're not upset, they just need to know because their own internal system didn't tell them. So. Challenges there. All right, any of our online folks have questions? Concerns? Cheers? Sad faces, happy faces? I hope this was good and information.
Well, Gabe, as usual.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Getting into this kind of information is important. You know, we do these seminars to help the community, to help all of you to gain knowledge. And we want to know that it's, you know, it's informational, it's useful, it's good. And what can we do better? You know, the first time we've done one on freight forwarding. So, you know, was it good? Did it help? Is this something that you think the community could have, you know, should we do more of these types of things? And what part of it would be more helpful? Do you want to do something on letters of credit? Do you want to do something on trade finance? You know, what is it that might be helpful? I know marketing and AI and systems and outreach is going to be challenging over the next couple of years. Are those things that are going to be important for you guys to learn about? What can we do to help? Tell us what's important. Yeah.
Well, this was the final session of all of our training for the entire grant. For those of you who have followed it all this time, we had 8 in-depth workshops of 3.5 hours each, covering many different topics, including the ones you just mentioned, even on AI and cybersecurity and all those. They've all been recorded. They're all accessible, including this one. So we had those 8 in-depth workshops. Then we had as I mentioned, a half-day session on export management companies, a 2-day workshop on the CGBP exam prep coming up. Some of you are planning to take that exam. So I hope this is kind of tough exam, but I hope that the training you got will help in that area. I want to thank Gabe for spending the entire day on this topic. I don't know that in all the years I've been around, I don't think I've ever heard of a freight forwarding session like this. So I'm glad. I don't think there was very much drop off. I asked Sandra a little while back. Maybe one person from this morning dropped out. So that's great retention for a subject that's kind of complex.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Gabe, and thanks to all of you who stuck with us all this time. We will probably come back with a survey. I know people don't respond to surveys, but it's very important to us because we have to report to the governor's office. Did we accomplish what they paid us to do? So look forward to those surveys coming up as well. So we'll close it out at this point if there are no further questions. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.